And Landon, as we go into this first game, the women taking on Berea, and an interesting matchup, a matchup that we already saw once earlier this year. Rose-Hulman going down to Kentucky and knocking off this team by 3. That was a big win for this Fighting Engineers squad.
Yeah, it absolutely was, and it came down to the wire. You know, 1 3-pointer from Berea makes it a 3-point game, and then they have that final second shot. They just don't knock it down. Rose-Hulman comes away with that victory, and like you said, a very big game. 1 game separates these teams in conference play and in the overall records. So, yeah, I mean, it's going to be big every single time these two teams match up.
Rose-Hulman coming into this contest with an overall record of 9-10, but 6-6 in conference, and still certainly in the hunt for the upper half of the conference right now, sitting 1 game behind both Franklin and Anderson, who are at 7-5. Transylvania kind of way out in front at 11-1. But some positive signs for this Rose-Hulman squad over the last few games. They've won 2 out of their last 3, including a game here at Holbert Arena on Wednesday when they knocked off Franklin by 15 points.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, there have been some ups and downs. There's been some hot streaks and some cold streaks. It's nice to see them with 2 of those last 3 games being wins, but they wrapped up this past year, on a nice little streak there. They won 4 games. They start the new year with a win. They started to fall off a little bit, but they're right back into it now in the best part of the season where they really need to start winning some of those games.
Of course, you can't talk about this Rose-Hulman women's basketball squad without starting and often finishing by talking about Jamie Baum, the only scorer in double figures on the season so far for Rose-Hulman. She was outstanding last year. She's been outstanding this year, 16.5 points, 6.8 rebounds a game, really just the heartbeat of this Fighting Engineers roster.
Well, whenever you have a young squad, it's important to have that 4-year starter type player like Jamie Baum has been for this team. Obviously, the one short, so impressive all season long, and although she is the only double-figure scorer on this team, there are a lot of players on this team that can get it done on any given night, and we've seen that, including with that Berea game, a couple of coming out parties for these different players as they've gone to these different conference opponents.
Yeah, some other standouts for Rose-Hulman so far, especially in the month of January, as we now turn the page into February. Sophia Reese really playing at a pretty high level, averaging almost 10 points a game. And then Emma Shipp, as a freshman, has really turned some heads, 8.8 points, 5.7 rebounds a game, has really been a great addition to this roster.
Yeah, first of all, with that Jeffersonville native, Reese is one that Coach Paul brought up by name as somebody who's really showed up as a leader. When you came around shoot-around, she was the one that was talking to the players on the court after they had gotten done shooting, and, you know, Coach just took a moment and pointed that out and was like, look how impressive this is, watching this young player really lead this team. And then on the other side, we talked about the coming out party and the last time that these two teams met. Well, Emma Shipp was actually the HCAC Player of the Week in that same week that she played against this opponent. She had her career high 19 points in that game. She was averaging 17 points through that week. And so I think that their big objective this game is going to be getting her involved early. She's a post player, but one thing that Coach was so impressed with was the fact that she can actually handle the basketball really well, and that's something you don't see from a lot of these forwards that you're going to see in the HCAC.
In that first game against Berea at the beginning of January, Emma Shipp with 19 points, 11 rebounds in that game. Jamie Baum, 15 points. Sophia Reese, 16 points. You would expect those 3 players to really be the nucleus of what the Fighting Engineers are trying to do in this contest. You got a chance to talk to Coach Paul before the game. Any other nuggets or pearls of wisdom that you got out of that conversation?
Well, one thing that he just mentioned were the non-negotiables. You have to absolutely limit turnovers against this team. You know, whenever you look at the statistical categories between the two, it's very, very close. And so whenever it comes to turnovers and rebounds, they're going to be vital in this game because you know that this is probably going to be a close one. There's a 3-point game on the road. It's probably going to be something similar like that here in Terre Haute. So you just don't know what you're going to get. You need to play the fundamentals.
We're going to take a quick break. We're going to come back and talk a little bit about Berea, what to expect out of them, and, of course, we'll have the national anthem and the starting lineup. So back right after this here on RHIT.TV. Welcome back to Holbert Arena. Galen Clavio, Landon Kleindorfer getting ready for the start of this broadcast. The game going to be getting underway relatively soon. Let's talk a little bit about this Mountaineers squad coached by Trent Milby in his 11th season. Linkayla James, really the main focal point for this Berea squad. She was a big problem for Rose-Hulman in the last game, 18 points, 9 rebounds. She's got a size advantage on everybody on the floor, standing at 6 feet 2 inches tall. It was a sufficient defensive effort last time to kind of keep her under wraps. A lot of what Rose-Hulman's going to want to do, though, is try to deny as much as possible into the paint, because that's where she's going to do a lot of her work.
Yeah, I mean, you talked about having double-digit scorers for Rose-Hulman, only having one of them. Well, they've got 3 on this team, and you know that any of them can get hot at any given point. So whenever you've got a big like that that can go to work in the paint, it's going to be difficult because you know you can't just double her in the paint. She's going to be able to get some of those shots that you might not want her to have. But whenever she's averaging 13.4 points per game and 8.4 rebounds along with over a block per game, she's dangerous on both the offensive and the defensive ends.
Another player to keep an eye on in a Berea uniform is Jaden Merriweather. Merriweather, 5'9", a senior out of Greenville, Tennessee. 16 points in the last matchup. Took 14 threes, only hit 2 of them. And that was really one of the key elements of that game, was Berea just was not hitting very well from outside. 7 for 30 from beyond the arc in that contest. You can't always count on the three-pointer, but you always worry when an opponent puts up that volume of shots, because they start to get a couple to fall, and you never know what's going to happen. So perimeter defense are going to really be important for the Fighting Engineers in this contest.
Absolutely. And, you know, this is a team that only shoots 26.8% as a team, but Rose-Hulman on the other end only shoots 28. But the problem with that is you're not going to be guarding that perimeter quite as much in the early going, so a couple of threes go down, and, you know, Merriweather starts knocking those shots down. Well, that means that Linkayla James is going to be able to go to work in the paint a little bit more. So you're kind of hoping that percentage kind of stays true if you're Rose-Hulman, but at the same time, like you mentioned, absolutely dangerous, especially when you're putting up a high volume of three-pointers.
Rose-Hulman so far on the season 5-3 in this building. And you expect that momentum to continue to build as they play more games at home. And I think coming off that Franklin win on Wednesday, you have to like the mindset that this team is likely in, coming in against an opponent that they've already knocked off once. We're starting to see the teams lining up here on the sidelines as we're getting ready for the national anthem. And we'll have the band actually playing that live here on the broadcast in a minute. But as we get set, any other final keys that you see for Rose-Hulman as we go into this contest?
I think it's going to be more forcing turnovers than it is preventing your own. 5.8 is the negative net for turnovers per game for Berea, so you're just going to have to force turnovers and score baskets.
Should be a fascinating contest between two teams that have already matched up this year. As we get the teams lining up at their respective foul lines, we will go ahead and kick it down to the Rose-Hulman band for the national anthem. And nice rendition of the anthem as we get set for the first of our 2 games today. And we'll go down to the PA announcer for the starting lineups.
At guard, number 4, Dalen Spalding. At guard, number 10, Jake Merriweather. At guard, number 12, Berea Satori. At the 4, number 22, Madison Howell. At the other 4, number 44, Kayla James. And leading the Mountaineers today is head coach, Brent Billman. Now let's meet the starting lineup for you. Rose Holman, Mike Engineer. At guard, the 5'4" sophomore representing number 3, Sophia Reed. At the other guard, the 5'6" sophomore from Fort Wayne, Indiana, number 4, Amelia Diaz. At the other guard, the 5'10" senior from Los Altos, California, number 5, Jamie Ball. At the 4, the 5'6" junior from El Paso, Texas, number 12, C.K. Gallegos Rodriguez. And at the other 4, the 5'10" freshman from San Francisco, number 23, Emma Shea. Leading the flight engineers today is head coach, Edwin Hall.
And with the lineups announced, we get ready for the opening tip in this contest. Both of these teams looking to improve their fortunes in conference play. And of course, Berea trying to gain a measure of revenge after that loss that they suffered to Rose-Hulman earlier on in the season at home. It will be jumping Kayla James for Berea, and it'll be Emma Shipp jumping for Rose-Hulman. Teams now look mostly set. And referee getting set to toss the ball in the air. And we're underway. Tip controlled by Rose-Hulman. And Reese, a little miscommunication there on that pass and an early turnover.
Yeah, you could tell that the initial thought was let's get the ball into Baum's hands and try to see if she can make a play early in the game. But that time, just an expectation she was going to stop over on the wing, and instead she was going to set a screen down low.
Dre Satori. Rose-Hulman falls into an early 2-3 zone. James baseline. And nice rebound there by Emma Shipp.
James' field goal percentage is up around the 50% mark, but I'm sure that a lot of that's done in the paint. You're probably going to allow those baseline jumpers a little bit more often.
Shipp kicked out to Baum. Three-pointer on the way. Off the rim, no. And that's going to be Berea basketball.
It's an early miss for Baum, but at the same time, you know, she's second in the conference in three-point percentage. You like the idea that she's getting that open look here in the early goings. When she starts knocking those down, it can be really dangerous.
Anytime you have a 38% three-point shooter, you're doing pretty well. Entry pass kicked back out as Berea tries to figure out how to attack this zone. Three, no good there. That one by Madison Howell, and another rebound by Rose-Hulman. Reese had that tipped away. Some really aggressive defense on the perimeter being played by Dalen Spalding.
Yeah, these are two teams. They don't score a ton of points as far as conference averages go, but at the same time, it's because a lot of the times they're slowing down the game. They've got good defenses on both ends, and so that's sort of going to be the expectation in this one.
You always get a little bit of stagnation with zones as teams try to figure out, all right, how are we supposed to do this? What's the approach we take? 12 seconds on the shot clock here as Berea still looking for a way in. They'll find James, gets double teamed. They try to get it back in, and a nice job there to stick with that by Berea. They pick up the first 2 points of the game.
Yeah, and that time Shipp did a great job the first time, sort of the ball denial. And a hard contact right there, but got that ball denial underneath the basket and really made James have to kick that back out. But the second time, James had just gotten too far in, and they're going to have to try to keep her out of the paint when she's getting the ball into her hands.
So Rose-Hulman with the inbound. Some, again, aggressive defense at times being played by the Mountaineers as the Fighting Engineers try to get into a rhythm offensively. Reese, a reach-in call there. So that foul on Spalding. That's 2 fouls in pretty quick succession by Berea.
Yeah, on the same possession, pretty big.
Dangerous inbound, but Baum able to pick it out of the air. That was a nice pass attempt there by Reese, and the bouncing ball picked up, and a 3 air ball by Diaz.
If that goes in, I still like the assist on that one. It didn't really touch anybody else, goes right to her.
Drive. They're gonna say a travel. Looked like a made basket and a foul, but the official on the side saying no, you took an extra step.
Well, I'd say the Rose-Hulman faithful a little smarter than I. I thought that was going to be called an and one, but they had seen the officials call a travel and a big momentum shift possibly here.
Ball was, I believe, maybe knocked out of bounds there by Berea. That is the call. No foul.
Yeah, on that one, that was just one player for Berea, and Merriweather. She was out of bounds when she went to swat at the basketball.
New face in the game, freshman Caitlin Fennell, local product from West Vigo. Chip. Now they'll move it around. Baum from about 19 feet, no. And that one's knocked out of bounds by Rose-Hulman. It'll be Berea basketball.
Yeah, Fennell, a transfer from Indiana State as far as the schools go, but she is considered a freshman and not too far from here, just on the other side of the river in West Vigo. It's on the 1,000-point club over there at West Vigo as well.
3 minutes gone in this contest and only 2 points scored total. Both teams playing some good defense thus far. Rose-Hulman really packing it in around James in this zone, really trying to deny her an entry.
And they're doing a fantastic job, not just guarding in the paint, but the recovery's been nice, but that extra pass a good one as well.
She gets the offensive board and now a tie-up, and that ball's going to belong to Rose-Hulman.
Absolutely loved what I'm seeing as far as the actions here on defense. They're not showing a double team in the paint, but they're keeping it close enough to where they can immediately get on James and try to force those turnovers right there. Although there's an offensive board, they're able to get the possession back.
Baum working at the top of the key. Now baseline jumper. That's up and good. CK Gallegos Rodriguez with the first 2 points for Rose-Hulman.
And, you know, CK was somebody that Coach Paul talked about a little bit. You know, he really liked what she's done in these last couple of games. He's expecting her to get hot here early in this game.
Nice entry pass against the zone and up and good by Dalen Spalding. This pressure not really bothering Rose-Hulman that much. They've been able to break it pretty much every time. Move towards the basket and a block, but picked up once again by Julia Meyer, who just came in. And a jump shot up and good. That's Ship. Tie game at 4.
Yeah, there was a little bit of confusion on the defensive end, and a wide open Ship able to knock down the mid-range jump shot.
They've stationed James, as you notice, almost over in the corner, trying to stretch this zone out a bit. Three-pointer on the way. That's up and good. Madison Howell drains her first one from distance.
And that was a good idea, and you called it right there. Just spread it out.
Ball knocked out of bounds as Baum didn't see or hear the defender coming from behind. Probably a little better communication needed next time there.
And, you know, Baum, we talked about being the leader on this team, the 4-year starter. I think that's what she said to her players as well.
Turnover, and then picked right back up once again. Fighting Engineers had a numbers advantage. Now a 3, up and good. Julia Meyer, instant impact off the bench.
Another freshman doing some stuff here, and there's a lot of young talent on this Rose-Hulman team, and you're getting the full scope of it right now.
Meyer from Napoleon, Indiana, went to Jack Sendell, always one of the high schools that you you saw it on the score updates on Friday or Saturday nights. You're like, is that a real place? It is, very much so.
Two-time all-conference down there, or up there as well.
Rose-Hulman coming back the other direction after a nice defensive possession. Now Baum kicks it off. Another three in the air. No. Long rebound, though, to Baum. And that up and good. Three starting to fall for both sides as Fennell gets her first three of the game.
And, you know, whenever it comes down to the way that I thought this game was going to go and where the scoring was going to come from, I would not have guessed behind the arc, but that was something we said could happen in this game. It just necessarily wasn't an expectation.
Drive by Satori, and that's going to be out of bounds. And a timeout. We'll be back right after this.
A good engineer, a good mathematician, a good scientist can identify problems.
But in order to be a great scientist or engineer, you've got to have curiosity and you've got to have creativity, and that's what's going to set you apart.
You can't teach curiosity. You just need to encourage your student to be curious. Curious in anything that they do. Curious so that it brings out the innovations, the new ideas.
At first, me and my mom were struggling. I was trying to pay the bills and trying to take care of my mom at the same time. When I first heard that I can get paid for taking care of my mom, I was kind of skeptical because I had been doing it for so many years without pay. That's when I reached out to Passion to Care. I read all the reviews and I saw that they were #1 in the field. Passion to Care has really, really changed my life. Right now, I take care of my mom 24/7 thanks to Passion to Care.
An early three-point lead for Rose-Hulman at Holbert Arena. Galen Clavio, Landon Kleindorfer here on RHIT.TV. And after a slow start for Rose-Hulman, they've gotten things firing pretty quickly here.
Yeah, and the most impressive part, it's 4 different scorers, and none of them are named Jamie Baum right now. So when your leading scorer hasn't scored yet and you're leading by 3, you're in really good shape. And again, they do an amazing job breaking that, but still lose the ball.
Yeah, another from behind turnover. And here come the Mountaineers. Nice drive by, I believe that was Spalding. Sorry, that was Satori. That cuts the lead to 1. Rose-Hulman looking to settle into some kind of offensive pattern. Drive, now kicked back out. Baseline J up and good. Caitlin Fennell. Now Satori. Down to James. Immediately doubled, but able to get it up and in off glass.
And that time they did a good job of making sure she got the ball with her feet outside of the paint, but her first step was a good one and just ends up finding herself right underneath the basket in good position to make that play. But once again, I still like what Rose-Hulman is doing down low to try and prevent those easy buckets.
8 of the 11 points scored by Berea in the paint so far. And another jump ball going to be forced. That one's going to go Berea's direction. And subbing back in is Gallegos Rodriguez. She'll take over for Sophia Reese. She'll get her first breather of the day.
You talked about the aggressiveness here from really both of these teams on the defensive end. We've already had 2 tie-ups. A lot of the turnovers have been forced. I've really liked the defensive intensity, and that's kind of why the 3-pointers have had to fall to get some offense.
Shot up and no good from James. There's an outlet pass. Gallegos Rodriguez couldn't turn around to shoot, but she'll kick it out for the 3. Up and good.
They called that one a 2-pointer. Foot was on the line, but still a big shot.
Meyer with that shot. Now Howell for Berea, up and good on the 3 there. Tie game at 14.
Everybody's hitting right now, Galen.
Get 2-for-1 offense in this one.
Rose-Hulman shooting 40% from 3.
Dangerous pass, but picked up, and baseline J bounces no good. Rebound pulled out of there. And the other way, here comes Spalding. Satori ran into a brick wall named Jamie Baum and nicely picked up by Rose Holman. Baum going to set the offense. Another double team and another tie-up. This will be Rose Holman retaining the basketball. 6 turnovers combined so far in this contest. There's been a lot of aggressive defense.
But everybody's moving so fast and the shots are falling that it almost doesn't feel like there have been a lot of turnovers from either of these teams, but the defenses have played well. I don't know what was more impressive on that play, the fact that, you know, the force on the jump ball, or the fact that Rose Holman took the ball away on that one. The strength down low is a little different down there.
Call right after that inbound play started. They're going to call a hold on a new face in the game, Joyce Mukalamusi, who came in for James, who gets her first breather of the night.
And this is going to be an important time in the game while James is on the bench. The defense is basically going to have to change the whole way that they're playing down low. Certainly going to be less of an impact inside the paint, maybe less bodies as well.
Heard Coach Paul yelling out, set good screens. And they'll just let this one drift into the backcourt. Baum all the way up and gets it to go.
Welcome to the game, Jamie Baum, the first bucket for her, and it is a big one as far as the momentum's concerned to try to put this team up by 3 now.
Baum, first points of the contest. Under a minute here in the first quarter of play, and free throw rattles in and out, no good.
9th in the conference in free throw percentage, not missing a ton of them.
They get the one miss out of the way early, right? Rose Holman still in a zone. And a nice job, almost knocked that away for a turnover. 4 seconds left on the shot clock. Satori running out of time, threw it up and a travel.
It's the second time now that Satori's been caught with a walk right before the possibility of maybe picking up a foul. And both times I think Satori did not agree with that, but little happy feet.
Shot clock off, and Rose Holman likely to hold for the final shot of this half. Baum getting a play set, and she's just going to dribble this down to about 7 seconds before she gets going. Nice crossover, drives in, rotated around, 3 seconds. Shot up by Gallegos Rodriguez, rims out, and that'll be the end of the first quarter of play. Well, a good quarter overall for Rose Holman. They lead 16-14 over Berea. We'll take a break and come back with more here on RHIT.TV.
Finding the right answer and trying again, that's really what dragged me to aerospace. I saw other people making amazing stuff on 3D printers, and I thought if I combine that art of 3D printing with engineering, I could make something as complex as an airplane. It all changed when I came to Rose Holman. I feel amazing that I have still 3 years to do something much more complex.
Hello and welcome to Game Day. My name is Keith Myers. I'm the Vice President of IndianaSRN. We're glad that you joined us today. If you'd like to see more content just like tonight, just hit the donate button. Every dollar that you donate will go right back into more games right here on IndianaSRN, which means more games for you. It's IndianaSRN, where you always have a front row seat.
Welcome back to Holbert Arena. Rose Holman leading Berea 16-14. Let's take a look at some of the key stats from that first quarter of play.
Yeah, and I think the one that we talked about the most was the bench points. I mean, right now Rose Holman's got 10 of them, 5 from Meyer, 5 from Fennell, and they've both been able to get some buckets to go. But right now 0 from the other side. So the Mountaineers have not been able to put in any players and actually make it an impact off the bench. If that continues, Rose Holman's going to be in some pretty good shape because now their starters are starting to get into it. We saw Baum score her first bucket late in that first quarter.
8 combined turnovers in this one, 5 for Berea and 4 Rose Holman points off of those turnovers. Some aggressive defense to get this quarter started. They've got both Mukalamusi and James out there. Rose-Hulman has really slowed down this Berea attack. They have struggled at times to get the ball where they want it. They'll cross-court it a couple times, 5 seconds on the shot clock, 3 rims out, but James rebound, no, gets the rebound back and gets that one to go.
Yeah, and that's something that they're going to have to deal with all game long, just making sure that you're able to get at least one body, maybe 2 bodies on her for the rebound.
Reese thought about the 3 and traveled as that little bit of hesitation. I think just you take one extra step while you're thinking about, do I make that pass or not, and that's what happened there.
Well, she was moving a little bit too fast toward the basket, was going to try to get it before the defender, tried to go for the wraparound. It was too late.
Now Rose-Hulman in a man-to-man. They switched out of the zone. They try to deny James, and an intervention from Baum there, but they're going to nail. I think they got Baum on a foul.
Yeah, they said that was on Baum.
And maybe the right call. That'll send James to the free throw line.
I like that help coming from behind because of what we saw. I mean, you get the possible block, but on that time, just too much contact with the body to try to make that block.
When Kayla James on the season, a 62% free throw shooter, knocks that first one down.
And the biggest key that I've noticed as far as that defense in the paint on James is whether or not you allow her to make ground on that first dribble. If she doesn't make any ground on that play, you're in really good shape. But what I've seen so far when she's able to get to the basket, get the rebounds and plays like that, she's getting like 2 feet on that first step right toward the basket, and that's what's hurt Rose-Hulman so far.
Quick turnaround, Jay, from about 16, no. And James going to muscle that rebound. Adia Moss out of Mukalamusi, tries to drive, and I think a foul going to be called on the shot. So they're going to call Caitlin Fennell on that foul, her first.
Another instance of really good help defense there from Baum, but then Fennell gets caught with her hand in the cookie jar as well. I think Baum might have even gotten a touch on that ball before the shot went up.
Mukalamusi only a 53% free throw shooter, but knocks that first one home. Averaging about 4 points and 2 rebounds a game. Has played in almost every game so far this season, but not a huge number of minutes. Second free throw, no. Berea on a 5-0 run right now as they've taken a 19-16 lead. Three-pointer from the corner, no. And the rebound pulled down by Mukalamusi.
Another big thing right now, Berea's 3 for 4 from the free throw line. They're the worst in the conference at the charity stripe, but they've knocked them down so far in this game.
Peyton Buggs' layup went astray, and a nice job pulling that rebound out by Ship. She'll make a nice pass. That ball off the rim, no, from Fennell. Rose-Hulman has missed their last 5 shots from the field. It's been a struggle for them so far in the second quarter. Foul on that turnaround shot by James. She'll go back to the free throw line.
And, you know, I've liked the help defense that they've had so far, but in that instance, you just have to let your defender try to get in position whenever she's trying that slide over. The extra defender comes in there, and when she's spinning, you're just going to get in the way. It's going to be a foul every single time.
Fennell takes a seat. Julia Meyer back into the contest.
You also talked about those missed shots so far from Rose-Hulman. That can't daunt the team because right now they've had good looks. It's not an instance of them not moving the ball well or anything like that. They just haven't been able to knock those shots down. That will come as the game progresses, you hope. So we'll see. Do not get out of this offense, though.
I don't think Ship realized how wide open she was. She could have gotten that shot up earlier, but misses the shot that she ends up taking, and another rebound by Berea. Kick out, 3 by Moss, no, and rebound by Baum. Jamie Baum trying to hurry the tempo a bit.
I'd like to see Baum kind of take over these next couple of minutes right here to try to get Rose-Hulman back into it.
Ship turn around from the elbow, can't get it to roll in. And Gallegos Rodriguez Tried to kick it out to, I think, what she thought was one of her teammates in the corner, but there was nobody there.
Yeah, you could tell that CK thought that they were going to be spaced out a little bit around there, but offensive rebounds always so difficult to make sure that you know where everybody's going to be.
It's tough, too, because the chairs have that backing that looks very much like the uniform color for Rose-Hulman. A little bit of spatial issue there as you're trying to cite a teammate. Another foul going to be called, and James going to go back to the free throw line for Berea.
Yeah, you look to the corner, there's 5 jerseys over there. Why are they all stacked up over there?
James, 9 points so far, could go into double figures, and does with that free throw.
I liked the intensity that Rose-Hulman was putting in the paint on the defensive end, but right now James is kind of taking over here in this second period.
And a substitution coming in. It'll be Madison Howell back into the contest, and James will take another breather. A little discrepancy between the stats and what we're seeing on the scoreboard, so we're trying to figure out whether it's 22. It is 22-16. They've caught up.
We've gotten updated.
Yes. So an 8-0 run so far by Berea. There's Reese taking the jumper. Can't get that to fall. Kept alive, but thrown right back to Mukalamusi.
That mid-range jump shot's been open the entire time. Maybe try to drive and force a foul.
And there's another turnover, rooted out there nicely by Ship. And Rose-Hulman has numbers if they hurry. Reese kicks it out. Meyer for 3. Air ball. Baum almost saved it, but stepped on the line.
And again, they're just not really getting the ball into Baum's hands right now. And remember, she has got it. She's deferred to other players, seeing them being open. But those mid-range jump shots, not necessarily the highest quality shot nowadays in the game. Maybe trying to get the drive or the three-point shot.
They never were high quality to begin with, Landon.
That's true.
We just have math that tells
exactly.
us these things now.
I watch a lot of Celtics basketball.
Oh,
so.
Well, there you go. Mukalamusi, foul going to be called. It looks like they're going to say Reese hacked her on the arm. Big foul discrepancy so far in this quarter. That's the 5th foul on Rose-Hulman, and we've yet to see Berea whistled for a foul in this in this quarter.
They've played it pretty clean during this streak, this little run that they've been on. And getting to the foul line has been their best friend here recently.
So that puts Berea into the bonus for the remainder of the quarter. 5:49 left on the clock. Some conversation at the scorer's bench. I'm not sure what the question was there. I think it was regarding something involving who the foul was on, and then they had a sub that's going to be coming in for the shooter.
Yeah.
Mukalamusi savoring her time at the line and gets that to rattle home.
That one rolled all the way around about 3 times before it went in.
The iron being kinder to Berea than Rose-Hulman, given the number of times it's rolled out for them.
I've seen the exact thing happen on this side, but it's been defying physics.
Well, there you go. The bad luck extended to that end of the gym finally. 23-16. Rose-Hulman looking for their first basket of this second quarter. And the zone look now coming in, but a really aggressive attacking zone by Berea. They got Baum a little bit of space. She'll drive. Baseline J bounces off the rim. No. And now outletted forward to Moss. Can't get the shot to fall, but a foul going to be called on Baum. So Jamie Baum with 2 fouls, as many fouls as points, and this late in the second quarter, that's a very unusual sight.
It is, and actually that was a really nice job defensively by Baum to get down there, and she really forced that miss, and so we'll see what happens at the free throw line.
We'll be back right after this break. Welcome back to Holbrook Arena. Galen Clavio, Landon Kleindorfer here with RHIT.TV. Always a front row seat. An extended drought offensively for the Fighting Engineers in this second quarter. Berea's taken advantage, a 7-point lead. And as you've mentioned several times already, Jamie Baum really struggling to get on track, deferring a lot to teammates, a lot of aggressive defense being played against her. It's made it difficult so far.
Yeah, she's 1 for 4 in the game. She missed the free throw, but she had that and one. Thought that was going to be a big momentum play. But right now, Rose-Hulman's just trying to find their first bucket of the second quarter here with 5:17 to go. And like you mentioned already, it's going to be free throws the rest of the way for Berea. So you have to be cautious on the fouls. You have to find what's going to work here. And I want to see some drives to the basket here in these last 5 minutes.
Atia Moss split the 2 free throws, and now Spalding in for her, and a foul going to be called. Kind of a silly foul there by Kayla McClendon. No reason to put your hands on Sophia Reese that far from the basket.
Yeah, I don't know if she thought that there were maybe some numbers from Rose-Hulman and that was going to slow down the pace, but it almost looked like that was intentional, putting both hands on her to draw that, or to force that foul.
Only the first foul on Berea in this quarter, and there's a throwaway on a poor pass from Diaz. Streaking down the floor, layup no, rebound no. And finally picked up by Diaz, and she'll head back the other direction, but pull up at half court and set the offense. Berea really trying to shove that Rose-Hulman offense out of that 15-foot perimeter. Ship can't get the layup to fall, and another jump ball. And this one will stay with Rose-Hulman.
Rose is being defended like they are defending. I mean, you would think that James plays for both teams right now with the fact that we've got 3 black jerseys in the paint at any given time as well. They are not allowing anything easy. I wouldn't mind seeing maybe trying to get a baseline drive and sort of an undercut pass to try to see if you can find an open layup. But the offense has been difficult to come by here, and I think it's got a lot to do with the fact that Berea is aware of the fact that the deep shots are not falling right now, so they might as well just hunker down in the paint.
Jamie Baum on the bench getting a little breather. Quick shot off the inbound, and finally, CK Gallegos-Rodriguez gets the first points of the second quarter.
Big shot there from CK, really in that same spot where they haven't had so much success, so maybe those will start to fall.
Almost knocked out of bounds there, but that's going to remain with Berea. Some good defense, pretty far from the basket from Rose-Hulman. They're being very aggressive, kind of mirroring what Berea's been doing to them on the other end.
Yeah, their perimeter defense has been pretty good so far in this game, and it's really just been the catch and shoot and then going down low to James that's really worked for Berea.
James struggled with handling that pass, so kicks it back out. Drive. Spalding didn't hit rim, so a shot clock violation. Really good defensive possession by the Fighting Engineers.
And that is huge coming off of that first basket of the quarter. You finally figure it out on offense, and then you come up with a huge defensive stand as well. We'll see if they can push this momentum and try to cut into this little lead.
Meyer brings it across the timeline. Co-leader in scoring for Rose-Hulman. Gets the layup to fall. And the foul. And we nearly lost our monitor.
Yeah. Short cable.
Well, Meyer really taking the initiative. As you can see here on the replay, had a wide open lane. James didn't get over in time. And I believe they got Howell on the foul. Actually, they're going to call that on James. So her first, and you want to try to get some fouls on James as much as possible.
And that was where the importance of those drives was going to come. I mean, maybe you do get blocked, but you have to go in there and show that you're willing to go into the paint, and that time it works out. The last 2 times that they've gone into the paint for a layup, it's been a foul and one.
Julia Meyer, 8 points off the bench for Rose-Hulman, and it's a 3-point contest now, Berea leading. James got good position and goes right to the basket for 2. She's got 15.
Yeah, that spin is always going to be that go-to. She's gone to that right shoulder a few times now. That's where you need to sit if you're going to be the defender on that play.
Berea really getting both almost the best of both worlds with man and zone with the way that they're playing on the perimeter, but another foul going to be picked up. That one not going on James this time. That's going to be on Madison Howell, her second.
It's happened back-to-back times, and so I think they just need to keep on going to the well until it stops working.
Free throw by Gallegos Rodriguez.
And, of course, the biggest part about it will be knocking down the free throws of the charity stripe if they're able to get these foul called.
CK leading the team in minutes played so far. Can't get that free throw to rattle home. So a 4-point margin. Three-pointer up and good by Berea. That coming courtesy of Kayla McClendon. Fennell. Now Shipp thought about the turnaround, dribbled right into a double team. Had a Berea defender fall down, and now foul, I believe, on McClendon as Sophia Reese drives in. And this is where Rose Holman can start to turn the tide. They've got to be more aggressive going to the basket, and we see the benefits here as they go back to the charity stripe.
3 consecutive possessions getting to the free throw line. The important part is, though, when they get to the free throw line, they also have to get back and defend. That last possession, they were able to get to the stripe. They knocked down one of their free throws, but then nobody was there to spot up on the open shooter, and that's why McClendon was left wide open on that play. Now they get back to the free throw line. This time, regardless, miss or make, the defense needs to be able to get into their defense and get back into form.
Emma Shipp getting a breather, and new face in the game for Rose Holman as that free throw rattles out Sierra Snowden, the freshman out of Florida, Texas. And it looked like a good block from behind by Reese, but a foul going to be called, and Berea goes back to the free throw line.
And once again, McClendon spotted up in that right wing area, wide open by herself. Unfortunately for them, they didn't see her over there. That time she drives and she's able to get the foul. But once again, just nobody spotting up on number 2, and it leads to points after the foul on the other end.
And Reese picks up her second foul of the game, so Jamie Baum back into the contest.
You have to rely on the fact that your senior knows how to play with those fouls, even though we are pretty far away from that halftime buzzer, 2.5 minutes left still. It's going to be important to have that experience out on the court.
Biggest lead of the game for Berea, 8 points. 31-23 as both free throws knocked down. Now Baum. Entry pass to Gallegos Rodriguez. Snowden trying to get position on the low block. Now kicked out to Fennell for 3, air ball. Nice drive by Berea, up and good, and another foul going to be called. And things starting to slip a little bit for Rose Holman.
That's 3rd time's a charm for her as well. The first 2 times that we had seen a drive to the basket there from Satori, she thought she'd gotten the foul, and she ended up getting called for the travel. That time she gets the harm, she gets the basket, and like you said, we're up to a 10-point game, make it an 11-point game, and Rose Holman's going to have to figure some stuff out as far as getting into that transition defense.
James going to sit down, and Mukalamusi back into the contest. That foul was on Snowden, her first. Now Fennell. Baum open, going to take the 3. Got knocked down, no. And the ball knocked out of bounds. They're going to say that that's going to remain Berea basketball. Berea with 14 of their 34 points in the paint, and only 4 for Rose Holman in the paint. They've really been pushed out from underneath the basket.
And they're going to actually put a flop warning on Baum. That was just called in over to the scorer's table as well. I believe that was because of that 3-point shot on the other end.
So Berea trying to extend this 11-point lead. Rose Holman trying to mitigate the damage and get this back to single digits before halftime. Kicked out for 3. Moss drains it.
Four 3-pointers in this game so far for Berea.
Now Baum. Had her dribble stopped. Good idea there from Rose Holman. Now knocked away, picked up again, and lost again, and a foul going to be whistled. Well, give Berea credit, and you can see here this three-pointer from Moss just squares up and had nobody around her on that shot. And a timeout going to be called. We'll be back right after this.
Anxious over algebra? Call Ask Rose, the free science and math homework helpline. It's free world-class tutoring. Just call, chat, email, or screen share. Learn more at askrose.org. Confused by chemistry? Call Ask Rose, the free science and math homework helpline. It's free world-class tutoring. Just call, chat, email, or screen share. Learn more at askrose.org.
Welcome back to Holberg Arena. And the Rose Holman Fighting Engineers in a world of hurt right now, down 14 points. Berea has really made it difficult on Rose Holman to do anything that they would normally like to do on offense. And Rose Holman looks sped up right now as they are struggling with their ball handling. They're struggling with sighting places for the ball to go, and they're not getting great shots as a result.
Yeah, I mean, as far as the tempo goes, they were able to play their game, play it slow, and play good defense there in that first quarter. But once the offense kind of stopped scoring there in the second quarter and the threes started falling for Berea, now we're in a situation where the score's gotten a little bit, the margin's gotten wider, and now Rose Holman, like you mentioned, has gotten a little bit more sped up.
Satori at the free throw line, the senior, knocks down the first one and gets the second one to go. She's got 8 points, and it's 39-23 with under a minute to play in the first half. Ship had it knocked away, but it'll be off of Berea, so Rose Holman retains possession. Now Baum immediately picked up by Satori, but drives all the way in, cannot get the layup to go, but a foul on the rebound attempt. That'll send, I believe, Fennell to the free throw line. And at this point, you just got to get every point that you possibly can between now and halftime.
Yeah, you're trying to chip into this in these 43 seconds. You know that there's going to be a couple more possessions left. If you can force a turnover and then maybe get another quick possession, you can cut into this lead still. That's not going to help.
Free throws have been a problem. Rose Holman 3 for 7 from the charity stripe so far in this game. Fennell knocks down that second one. So 15-point lead. You need a really good defensive possession if you're the Fighting Engineers. Baum will pick up at half court. Entry pass to James. Really nice job by her to pivot the opposite direction and an easy two.
Yeah, I think that she felt the pressure from the other possessions and that time just knew which way to go.
Now Baum drives. And a foul on the floor. So that should send Baum to the free throw line for 2.
Right now, 50% from the charity stripe. On the other end, Berea, 76% on 17 free throws in this first half.
Baum gets that to rattle in.
Sometimes you need one of those free throws that just kind of clings to the rim to go in before you can start knocking them down.
Only Jamie Baum's 3rd point of the game. Knocks down her 4th. 41-26, 15 and a half seconds to play in this first half. And they bring Howell back in off the bench, get her 3-point shooting out there. Satori, no hurry. Now picks up the pace, crossing the timeline. Off to Howell for 3. Way off the mark. Rattles around. And Ship not going to bother throwing it up from 3/4 court. And that'll be the end of the first half of play. Well, the first quarter really went well for Rose Holman. The second quarter, not so much. A 15-point lead for Berea as we head into halftime. We're going to take a break. We'll come back before the start of the second half. We'll break down the stats and talk about what Rose Holman needs to do to get back into this one. For Landon Kleindorfer, I'm Galen Clavio. This is RHIT.TV's coverage of Fighting Engineers women's basketball.
Big play here for Mount Vernon. Hurdle looking right, now over the middle, fires, and it's in there for a touchdown. What a throw.
Boy, what a stick, huh?
Side out, back to the middle, and guess what? You want a point on the other side, you go to Taylor Lewis.
Here's Freeman. Has an opening shot. Score!
Stafford around a screen, skip pass. Mays with three. Mays drive, floater up and in at the horn.
Hand off, and nice hole over the near side. 40, 35, 30. Block to the outside. 20, 15, 10, 5, and touchdown. And that's a big one right there. And finally, somebody gets on the board.
Rose Rocketry was founded to put Rose-Hulman on the map for places to go if you're interested in aerospace. Rocketry is a club and a team for anyone interested in any aspect of hobby rocketry, aerospace as a career, or space in general. Rose Rocketry has several different pillars that we try to pursue for all of our members, one of them being the NASA USLI competition. The NASA University Student Launch Initiative is for college students and universities to get experience with high-power rocketry, get experience in creating proposals for NASA. They put us through the same rigorous process as they would all of their contractors. We write proposals, critical design reviews, we write flight readiness reviews, and then we can go and present all of our learnings to the NASA board and they can ask us questions. And having that kind of hands-on experience where you can point to it and say, hey, I want to work at your company. This is what I've done to show that I'm valuable to your company. I've built rockets before. I've written proposals for NASA before. Another part of Rose Rocketry is the research aspect. Because Rose Rocketry's goal is to help students pursue aerospace as a career, we want to try to encourage people in whatever field, in whatever subset of rocketry they are interested in. For example, we have a bunch of students working on what's called Rose Propulsion Laboratory, and we are able to provide them funding, even mentorship. Another aspect would be electric ion propulsion. We have a couple students who are really interested in in-space propulsion specifically. And then there's also SmallSat. Rose SmallSat has the goal of launching a nanosatellite, which is around this big, into orbit within the next 3 to 5 years. And this is a really ambitious project, and it wouldn't be possible without the support of Rose Rocketry. My favorite thing about Rose Rocketry is how open we are. A lot of our people that are the most active are freshmen. And that's fantastic because now these people are learning hands-on engineering skills before they even learn what engineering is.
It's sort of given me a preview of all the engineering that is to come, and it's sort of put me on the fast track of learning mechanical engineering. Failure modes, effects, and analysis. That's not something you really learn as a freshman in your academics, but learning it in Rose Rocketry means I can apply those concepts to my current classes, which really helps me excel academically and prepares me for future classes. One of the goals I have after graduation is to be part of the aerospace industry. Rose Rocketry has helped me prepare for that goal in learning the design process of the aerospace industry and learning the documentation requirements. And it's also given me the opportunity to step into a lot of design areas and a lot of manufacturing areas that I haven't been exposed to before. And I think Rose Rocketry provides that really collaborative and friendly atmosphere. We really learn to work with each other, especially across multiple majors. What's special about Rose is the ability to really get involved. If you have that initiative, you can pursue it. And I think that's exemplified by how joining this team as a freshman, I was able to be elected the vice president. I was able to make a real difference on the team. That experience is something that you really may not find at other universities.
Hey, thanks for joining us tonight. We consider it a privilege to have you as one of our listeners and viewers. If you'd like to see more content just like tonight, just hit the donate button. Every dollar that you donate will go right back into more games right here on IndianaSRN. This means more games for you. It's IndianaSRN, where you always have a front row seat.
We're back at Holbert Arena. Galen Clavio, Landon Kleindorfer here on RHIT.TV. It is 41-26, Berea leading Rose-Hulman at halftime. And that second quarter, just not anything Rose-Hulman would like to revisit, I'm sure. Outscored 27-10 in the second quarter. And give Berea credit. They've been dominating on the glass, and they've been very good defensively, and it's really caused a lot of problems for the Fighting Engineers.
Yeah, they've become much more fast-paced. It seems like everything that worked in that first quarter stopped working in the second quarter, especially whenever we talk about stats like bench points. One thing that we thought that Rose-Hulman really shined in, they were leading by 10 points. Now they're only leading by 4. They really weren't able to find those bench points or really much offense at all. I want to see them continue to drive to the basket like we did see there towards the end of that second quarter, even if they're not hitting free throws, which we want them to start hitting free throws, but they're still racking up fouls, they're still being aggressive, and they're opening up the rest of the court if they're able to drive the ball successfully.
Rose-Hulman 6 for 10 from the charity stripe, only 2 for 9 from deep. After hitting their first 2, they've really struggled from beyond, and their two-point shooting hasn't been a whole lot better, only 31% from the field, 9 for 29. For Berea, 13 for 17 from the free throw line, 4 for 9 from 3, and 12 for 25 overall. And the rebounding also really sticks out. Rose-Hulman being out-rebounded 24-14. It's not over yet. A lot Rose-Hulman can do in this second half to get back into it. We're going to take a break. We'll come back and talk about some of those keys to the second half right after this.
Brian Chrisman joins me today. And Brian, talk a little bit about the winter and Wheeler Mission and how important it is for people to help Wheeler Mission, because winter means homeless and homeless means people in the cold. Talk a little bit about that.
Yeah, I mean, we really serve a lot of people year round, no matter what the weather is, right? And so we serve anywhere from 700 to 900 people who are experiencing homelessness every single night. But when winter hits, that can become life or death. So if you're stuck out in the cold, happens every year. IMPD will find people out in the cold and encourage them to come in. But if they don't catch them in time, I mean, again, life and death. And so it's vital that our doors are open. And so we do that. Our staff shows up every day to make sure our doors are open. We serve 1,000 meals a day plus every single day. That's a nice, warm, nutritious meal. Donors provide that. Donors provide our food, coffee, something hot to drink. Donors provide that. So there's a lot of opportunities to get involved at Wheeler to make sure we can get through winter, or to work at Wheeler. We need staff, and so we're always looking for staff to get us through the winter time. We spread ourselves thin during winter, making sure that anybody can find space, and so we have bed capacities. For sure, but we go beyond that every winter to make sure that the city has an option for people who are experiencing homelessness in the dead of winter.
Schools out there that are watching this program with our reach, maybe they want to do a sock drive, or they want to do a sweatshirt drive. They can contact our office at IndianaSRN, or they can contact you. Where's a contact, or who would be a contact that maybe we want to do a sock drive? I think that would be a great idea for SRN to start one of those sock drives. How would that? What does that look like?
Yeah, so if you go to wheelermission.org, we have our needs lists that are right there on our website. Those change sometimes in the winter, but there are some needs that are pretty much continual when it comes to hygiene items, when it comes to warm items to get us through the winter. So when you're talking about coats, especially bigger sizes for people that come through, we want to make sure a lot of people that come to our mission, they come with the clothes on their back, right? And so we need to make sure they have something to wear during their stay with us, and which could be for a few weeks, could be for a couple months. And so go to our website, wheelermission.org. You can donate directly there, whether it's a financial donation, or you can look at our needs list. You can even find drop-off locations. You can drop it off at some of the barns that we have around the city, or come right down to Wheeler Mission, drop it off right there. But we need this community's support. So greatest thing about Indianapolis is it is a generous community.
Yes.
It is a community that steps up when there's a need. And there's 1,700 homeless individuals in our community. That number has risen 5% just over the last year. Wheeler Mission is the main place for those individuals to go, has been since 1893, over 130 years. And so support that ministry so that those doors can be open, making sure that every man, woman, and child that needs to come inside can come inside and not only get warm, but get nutritious meals, food, shelter, and care. And so beyond that, we take them through a whole journey of program to make sure that they come out our back door different people. But the first things first, right? Get them fed and get them warm and get them safe.
Since it's basketball season and we cover over 300 games a year on IndianaSRN, we challenge our basketball teams and our basketball programs to get involved. There are meals that need to be served. Tell our teams out there how they can help and serve meals.
Yeah, no better way to really open your eyes to the community's needs than to stand in front of people who are desperately in need and hand them a meal, hand them what they're asking for that day. So great group opportunity is to volunteer at Wheeler Mission. You can go to wheelervolunteer.org. You can sign up a group. It can take an hour and a half to come down and serve a lunch. You can get 12, 15 people involved in that, a dinner. Come down either at our men's shelter or our women's shelter. It's a really cool experience for teams, not only to help in a way that you're making a difference, but to see the people that you're helping, right? To hand a meal to someone and smile and say hi to someone literally in their darkest moment, right? So
best assist they can ever make.
Oh yeah,
is to serve a meal.
It's a good point. It's a slam dunk.
It's a slam dunk, exactly. For IndianaSRN, this is Keith Myers.
Welcome back to Hulbert Arena. Galen Clavio, Landon Kleindorfer here on RHIT.TV. A 15-point lead for Berea as we head into the second half of play. Let's reset the top scorers for each team. For Rose-Hulman, you got to start with a player that came off the bench and really made a big contribution. Julia Meyer, 8 points, 3 for 6 from the field. Had 1 rebound, 1 assist, 1 turnover as well. Caitlin Fennell, 6 points, also off the bench. C.K. Gallegos-Rodriguez with 5. Jamie Baum only with 4, and then Emma Ship with 2, and Sophia Reese with 1. Going over to the Berea side of the ledger, Linkayla James has been the standout so far. 15 points, 8 rebounds. 10 of those points from the field, 5 of them from the charity stripe. And then several players in single figures, but who have made good contributions for Berea. Drea Satori, 7 points. You've also got Madison Howell with 6 points. Kayla McClendon with 5 points. Atia Moss with 4. And then Spaulding with 2. As we look to this second half of play, we talked a little bit about some of the things that have hurt Rose-Hulman so far. What do you see as the keys to the game, Landon, for them to try to get back into this thing?
Well, I don't think that they changed too much. Obviously, rebounding is still going to stay as one of those big keys because at the end of the day, you can't give up 3-4 offensive rebounds to James, especially on her own shots. You have to make sure if she's going to get a good look, you have to eliminate her from the paint to try to get that rebound. I don't know if that's going to take 1 body, 2 bodies, or just putting 3 people inside the paint at a given time, but they have to stop that. Also, you have to remember the fact that this is not a team that primarily shoots very well from deep. I don't think that they need to adjust the way that they're guarding the perimeter and try to guard the perimeter more often just because they hit a couple of threes more than they normally would. Stick to that defensive game plan of guarding the paint. Just you have to be a little bit smarter about it, and you have to make sure you're collecting those defensive rebounds.
I'm curious to see what both teams do defensively. It seemed like Rose-Hulman had a lot of success with that 2-3 zone when they started. They kind of went away from that in the second half as they were playing more man-to-man. And then for Berea, I'm curious if they start to get worn out by how aggressive they're playing defensively because they are really swarming the ball handler on a regular basis. They're pushing the defensive play all the way out beyond the three-point arc. That can wear you down a little bit, and they've done a good job of rotating some of their squad, but most of their players are fatiguing relatively quickly as we're seeing them rotating in and out. It's going to be an interesting thing to watch.
Yeah, and a lot of times when you're jumping passes and making those plays, it can also come back and bite you because at the same time you might be giving up open shots whenever you're trying to make a dive on a play and it leads to some buckets. That's what Rose-Hulman's going to have to rely on. This is a fairly big deficit right now, and if they're going to want to cut into that, that's going to mean knocking down those deep shots. So you're kind of hoping that Berea does come out aggressive, but at the same time you're not turning the ball over. Intentional passing is going to be very important here to start this third quarter.
Rose-Hulman with only 7 turnovers in that first half, surprisingly, as you look at the stats. But the bigger problems have been the shots from the field, or the lack of making the shots from the field. Starters back in for both squads as we get this second half underway. Rose-Hulman in sort of a man-to-man, but very much sagging into the paint as they try to keep an eye on James. Berea in no huge hurry to get their offense rolling. Satori bumped, and a foul going to be called on Diaz as they decide there's too much contact there.
Satori is quick, and she's somebody that's got a really good sense of dribbling with both ways. It's really difficult to try to play defense on her so far, as I've noticed in the second quarter, and now starting here in the third.
Howell with the handoff to Merriweather. Merriweather's been very quiet. Second leading scorer for Berea, has not gotten a point. Now a travel going to be called on Adia Moss.
Yeah, she was trying to get that pass inside, and at the same time it was good defense from Rose-Hulman. Sort of second-guessed that, and a little hop as she denied that ball coming into the paint.
And now a whistle. Devin Paul had something to say to the referee over there, and he ends up blowing the whistle. Now they're in conversation, as you can see on your screen.
I'm not sure if they're discussing what he was saying as far as like maybe warning the bench, or if they're discussing something more along the lines of he noticed something that needs to be fixed.
They've got the monitor out, so I think your second guess is probably the correct one here. Although they didn't look at the monitor for very long. I think they called the foul on the wrong player. It was whistled on a different Rose-Hulman player, but it was actually supposed to be on Diaz.
And that's big because it's Diaz's first foul, and so that's going to matter later in the game if there's any foul trouble.
Berea was a little bit confused, and Rose-Hulman nearly was able to take advantage of that, but good job by James on defense, so it'll be out of bounds underneath the basket.
And that's a block shot early in the possession. That's okay. You still have the ball. You were still aggressive. It'll still help spread this floor a little bit.
Reese trying to get it inside, and Ship can't keep the handle, and the turnover going to be picked up by James. Satori, step back jumper from 16, rattles out, and here comes Sophia Reese. Reese picks up the dribble, now to Baum, thought about the three, drives. Diaz couldn't get a clean handle, so they'll reset. Now Diaz, down low to Gallegos Rodriguez, spins in the lane, off the glass, and nothing else.
I understand we're getting late in that shot clock, but going at the rim with two defenders on you is not going to work out a whole lot, but great defense there from Rose-Hulman.
Didn't work for Berea either. A nice job by Jamie Baum to stand tall. Rose-Hulman needing to figure out a way to crack this defensive code.
Baum leads the team in blocks.
Entry, now here's Baum, three, way off the mark. You can tell Rose-Hulman really, when they get open, they're struggling to know when to pull the trigger and when not to, and a lot of air balls as a result of that. There's just some indecisiveness.
Yeah, and I think that has a lot to do with the shooting percentages here through that first half.
Ball was nicely defended, and now Baum going to bring it up herself.
I'm a bigger fan of just if you're going to miss big. Be confident in what you're doing.
Reese being really well defended out there by Dalen Spalding. Now here's Diaz for three. That's off the mark. And a foul on the rebound. It almost feels like Rose-Hulman may want to try to push the tempo a bit. They are really struggling in the half court. And to give Berea credit, their defense has been really solid, but maybe you can get out and run a little bit. You can not let them set up, and that gives you some more chances to score.
Yeah, and one person who I think that has been an aggressive player when it comes to going to the basket in games past is Baum, and she really hasn't taken that chance and gone to the rim a whole lot since she was able to force that foul and make the shot in the first quarter.
Up, and that was way off the mark. So Reese trying to push tempo a little bit, drives all the way in. Good idea, just didn't quite get the angle off the backboard. And the other way, Satori lays that in, and it's 43-26.
I don't think that there's much that James can't do. That was a phenomenal pass forward.
Picks off the pass there, doing a little bit of everything.
Only her first assist of the game, and it may have been the best one of the game.
Satori probing the lane. James trying to get position and does so. She gets harassed and fouled. And that'll send James to the free throw line. That foul on Emma Shipp, her third. This is part of the problem with playing against a player like James. They start to get in a rhythm, you start to get fouls, you start to run out of post players that can effectively play defense against a player of her quality.
Yeah, and for Shipp, I mean, she has been working hard in the paint to try to get the denial. But at the same time, after that foul, you could see the frustration. And when that sets in, you're a young player, you're a freshman, you're going up against a whole lot of experience in this Berea team. So when things start working for them and for the Mountaineers, it gets really hard, and that's where that frustration sort of sets in.
James with 17 points, and it is a 19-point lead now for Berea. Fennell had her pocket picked. We've seen that several times in this game. Is Berea really aggressive, trying to run down these ball handlers?
Yeah, it goes into that tempo conversation you were having. If they're not going to push the issue, they get up the court, but then they stop. There's always going to be a defender somewhere lurking to try to make that play.
Julia Meyer back into the contest, and Rose Holman back into the zone, and it forces a shot from outside, no good. Baum nearly gets her pocket picked, but she has possession. And now a zone being played by Berea. Shot up and no good from Anaya Hawkins, who just came into the contest, the freshman out of Cincinnati. Quickly the other way, that three off the mark. But a nice job tracking that rebound down for Berea, and an offensive foul going to be called as they say Baum had position.
Yeah, Baum just outside of that, but a lot of times whenever you don't take the dive, they don't make the call. But that time they did. The contact went straight into Baum's chest, and nice job from her to stand in there.
Not a lot of offense in this third quarter, as we saw in the first quarter. Only 4 points scored by Berea on 1 for 7 shooting, but no points so far for Rose Holman. Fennell, Hawkins. Now Meyer trying to move against James and draws the foul. Well, that's the kind of thing that they need to do. Rose Holman with some nice ball movement, and they force the foul. They'll get a couple of shots at the free throw line.
Yeah, but we're in the second half. It's only the second foul on James. You would have liked to have seen this earlier in the game. That way, maybe we're talking about foul number 3, number 4, and she's in a bad position.
Free throw rattles home. And Meyer can get into double figures. Would be the first Rose Holman player to do so in this game if she can knock this second one down. I don't think that counts as an announcer jinx, does it?
No.
Okay, good.
I'm not going to allow it.
Thank you. I appreciate it. These two teams have combined 1 for 13 from the field in this second half so far. And make that 2 for 14 is a really nice entry pass and a smooth layup by James.
I know that she's had a really good day inside the paint, but the worst thing you can do against a really good paint player is try to play face up. And we saw it right there, and then the turnover on this end.
Yeah, Rose Holman getting a little bit ahead of themselves, and a timeout. We'll be back right after this.
So my goal is to get involved in space industry and learn about what lies beyond the Earth's horizon. I came across Rose Rocketry I saw, hey, they're doing some really cool stuff. They're building rockets. Being at Rose, I was able to hone my engineering skills to push myself to get involved in the field further and learn about all these different opportunities. And I don't think I would have really gotten that at a bigger university.
Calling officials cheaters or corrupt, insulting referees,
threatening officials,
berating young umpires, learning the ropes,
violent language in the stands,
screaming at a referee in the parking lot. It's not a game.
Welcome back to Hobart Arena. Galen Clavio, Landon Kleindorfer on RHIT.TV, 47-27. Berea leading Rose-Hulman in women's basketball. We'll see Rose-Hulman come into the charity stripe, getting a chance to. Actually, there'll be an out of bounds. My apologies. They'll do an out of bounds inbound here as Rose-Hulman is really struggling to get things going on the offensive side, and Berea's had trouble in this quarter as well. It hasn't just been Rose-Hulman, but Rose-Hulman's the one that's down by double figures.
Yeah, and whenever you're Berea, you're thinking about the fact that we haven't really gotten into our offensive groove, but at the same time, thank goodness we had that great second quarter. If you're Rose-Hulman, you're just trying to find something that works. They've tried to go to the three-point shot here in this quarter, and once again, they go for the drive. They were able to get some free throws.
And offensive foul whistled on Mukalamusi. A little dangerous there from Ship as she could have picked up her fourth foul, but really good defensive positioning, and she draws the foul.
And I don't know if this team's in a position to really think about foul trouble right now. You just have to continue to play tough defense, and that's what happened right there to force the turnover. And surprisingly enough, Berea leading right now in turnovers.
Rose-Hulman cycling it around the perimeter. Meyer throws up a wild layup. That bounces off the rim. No. Rebound, no. And foul going to be whistled. I think they get Diaz on that.
Yeah, Diaz was trying to force the tie up, but then didn't come off whenever it didn't happen and ends up picking that foul up from way too far away from the basket.
Berea can push their lead to whatever they score here would be their highest margin, but nice job defensively on the baseline. And here come the Fighting Engineers. Baum kicking it out. Baum really being blanketed by Satori. Into the corner to Diaz. Now she'll step into the three-point line and take one. No. Mountaineers in no particular hurry on offense. James on the bench, so a little bit of a different focal point offensively. And out of bounds on Satori. Thought she was shoved out, but no call.
Talked about a couple instances where turnovers have been forced by second guessing, and that was another instance of that.
Baseline drive knocked out of bounds out of Meyer's hands, but it'll remain Rose-Hulman basketball.
I think the strangest stat right now is just the fact that although Berea is leading in rebounds right now by 11, the offensive boards has been 5-5. Neither team has really been successful on second chance points. This game really going to come down to the field goal percentage.
Baum, top of the key, tries to trigger it around. Entry pass. Now back out to Meyer, and that was knocked away. Fennell, 8 seconds on the shot clock. Running hook shot, no good by Ship. And good defense by Jamie Baum and Emma Ship to get back there as they force the turnover from Berea. They throw it out of bounds.
Multiple possessions here where Rose-Hulman has really locked in on defense. They've been forcing turnovers pretty easily, it seems like, here in this third quarter. It's just being able to get those points off of turnovers They've got 10 so far in this game, but they need to start stacking on those.
Anytime you can hold your opponent through 7.5 minutes to 6 points in a quarter and 2 for 9 shooting, you're thinking we're doing pretty well. Problem is Rose-Hulman with 1 point in the quarter and 0 for 10 shooting themselves.
Exactly.
Pass, shot, up and good. Ship finally gets one to bounce in, and a chance to cut down in this lead to 17 if she can knock this free throw home.
How many times has that been the momentum swing that Rose-Hulman really needs? I mean, as far as you see it right here, nice pass, and that's a tough angle. I mean, she is facing the opposite direction, really had to contort her body the other direction to try to make that play. And it seems like that has been what Rose-Hulman has done really well. When they've attacked the basket, they've been able to draw fouls, and they've been able to knock down shots.
Ship with 5 points. That was a really nice feed on that by Julia Meyer, who's probably been the MVP for Rose-Hulman so far with both the scoring that she's provided as well as the passing. There's Howell. Now, Spalding kicked it out, and the 3 rattles no. Not sure what the horn was for there, but Baum comes out of there with it. Now Baum spinning at the top of the key, got a little bit of separation, but doesn't take the shot. Now here's Fennell in the corner, can't get the 3 to fall. Baum resets. Minute 30 remaining in the third. And an entry pass that didn't really have a good shot of hitting Julia Meyer. Thrown out of bounds. It'll be Berea basketball.
12th turnover of the game right there. And one thing when you're trying to come back into a game, I understand that sometimes the defense is going to force turnovers. The unforced turnovers are what you have to absolutely eliminate from your vocabulary.
Berea trying to crack this Rose-Hulman defense, which has really effectively stymied the Mountaineers' offense in this quarter. They're fronting James, trying to find a way to get it down to her. Now 3 from the outside, no, and Rose-Hulman gets the rebound.
Big possession here. You're thinking about the fact you want to win this quarter to try to put yourself in a better position in the fourth.
Baum got knocked down. Spalding a little too much body on that. And that will send Baum to the free throw line as Rose-Hulman's in the bonus.
This is big here with 50 seconds left because you know that you're probably going to get another possession. You're going to try to force something as far as a turnover goes.
And a substitution, I think some blood on Emma Ship's arm. So that'll bring Gallegos Rodriguez back into the contest, and Ship will have to get some attention from the trainer. Baum hard off the back rim, 2 for 4 from the free throw line now. Gets the second one to fall. So 5 points for Jamie Baum, 48 seconds left in this quarter, 16-point lead for Berea. James got position, really nice feed there from Satori, and 2 points for the Mountaineers. Whistle. And a foul on Sophia Reese.
Yeah, it was away from the ball, I believe.
Yeah, it looked like the call came under the basket. But 3 on Reese. A little bit of an awkward inbounds there, but Satori able to collect it. Shot clock off. Satori going to dribble this down. Just trying to bleed as much time off the clock as possible. Satori trying to get downhill. Kick in the corner, long 2. No. Baum gets it, and that'll be the end of the third quarter of play. Well, Not a great quarter for either squad, but Berea with the lead, 49-31. Back with the final frame right after this.
So I started working on Babcock Ranch 16 years ago. We designed a sustainable community that is also storm resilient, and also it has a ton of flood control associated with it. It has 75 megawatt solar facilities on site, which will cover the entire 18,000 acre community. In September of 2022, we had Hurricane Ian. We had 150 miles an hour sustained winds for about 10 hours and 21 inches of rain. Babcock really had little to no damage at all. We were the only place in a 2-county area that had any electric or any available drinking water that did not need to be boiled. And Rose really prepares you to go out, think outside the box, and problem solve. And I think for any major at Rose-Hulman, that's what you're getting. You have the ability to go out and create something new and innovate and change the way that we live as humans today.
Back at Hulbert Arena on RHIT.TV, Galen Clavia, Landon Kleindorfer, Rose-Hulman trailing 49-31 to Berea. So far, it's been the Linkayla James show for Berea. 21 points, 12 rebounds, and she's been a force to be reckoned with on both ends of the floor.
Yeah, I think the most impressive thing's been her footwork when she gets the ball in her hands. The last time she scored, I don't even think she was expecting the ball, and still it was a turn and a bucket. So it's been really tough going on the defensive end for Rose-Hulman.
Emma Shipp got free for a jumper, but could not get that one to drop. And a rebound to Berea. Satori, with 5 assists so far, has really been the metronome for this offense. 3 by Madison Howell drops. And that extends the lead to the largest of the game for Berea, 52-31.
5 of 15 from deep.
Shipp tried to go up against James. That layup went errantly. And Satori bringing it back the other direction. The kickoff baseline jumper. That is pure. Dalen Spalding knocks that down. Her second made basket of the game.
When you think about how slow the offense was in the third quarter and just how much faster Berea has come out here in this fourth period, very clear what their intentions are. They want quick possessions.
Baum drives. Nice runner. A little one-handed deal there, and Baum's got 7.
That's a vintage play from the 4-year starter. You see those quick floaters from her very often, but we just haven't seen that a lot today. Good to see that start to drop, though.
Some patience from Berea as the Mountaineers perfectly happy to pass the ball around the perimeter. And now an offensive foul going to be called on James. So third foul on James. And Joyce Mukala-Musi going to come into the contest. I think they're going to let James get a breather. Feels like you can take a couple possessions off when it's a 20-point lead.
She hasn't come out much.
Now a couple minutes at a time. Now Shipp off to Diaz. Baseline J, no, but the rebound up also no, as Gallegos Rodriguez couldn't get that to drop. Satori misses the layup. Some of the tempo we were looking for earlier. Now Baum stuck down low, out to Diaz, gets the jumper through the basket, and that ends a frustrating string of misses for Amelia Diaz, her first 2 points of the game.
Yeah, and I mean, that's exactly what this offense has been looking for throughout the game. And it's something that, like, they've truly tried to do. It's just the shots haven't fallen. Now they're starting to fall a little bit.
Baum nearly was able to pick that off, that pass to Merriweather. Howell, Mukala-Musi will go to the free throw line. can see Baum stuck down there. A really heady play by her to kick it right back out to where the ball came from, and Diaz able to knock down the long two.
One thing about Rose-Hulman, they do love those deep twos.
Yes. 15 bench points for Rose-Hulman, only, well, now 11 for Berea. Free throw missed. Fennell nearly a turnover, but it was saved nicely. Now Gallegos Rodriguez cannot get the shot to go, and Diaz runs down the rebound. Eight seconds on the shot clock. Nice dump down to Gallegos Rodriguez.
Ball moves a lot better down there whenever James is on the bench, and we saw it right there, especially the last couple of possessions. Maybe not even taking shots in the paint, but at least getting feet in the paint.
Satori draws the foul on Diaz. 3 on Amelia Diaz. And you can see on that last replay, I like Rose-Hulman's fight. They're continuing to try to make things work offensively. They've actually had some pretty good offensive possessions here, and now a throwaway on that inbounds pass. Good job defending by Rose-Hulman.
Yeah, and we've seen that a couple of times. Rose-Hulman's defense has done really well here in this second half. They've only given up 14 total points, but they just haven't been able to find the scores on those second chance points and on those points off of turnovers like you might want.
Baum throwing it over the pressure. And Gallegos Rodriguez stops. Good idea on that pass to Diaz, but nice job by Berea to close down defensively. Now the baseline jumper by Diaz. Spalding. The Fighting Engineers defensively probably enjoying the extended break that James is getting on the bench, and now an offensive foul. So Howell going to get called on the foul, and a timeout being taken. We'll take one ourselves and back right after this.
They say nice guys don't finish first. So maybe it's time to reconsider what it means to be first.
It's about being your best, but knowing you could be even better.
It's being present, but respectful of history.
You sure you want to make that move?
It's donating something more valuable than money.
It's believing in yourself and something bigger.
It's coming from different families, but treating each other like brothers.
It's not just being a man, it's being a Mason.
Hey, thanks for joining us tonight. We consider it a privilege to have you as one of our listeners and viewers. If you'd like to see more content just like tonight, just hit the donate button. Every dollar that you donate will go right back into more games right here on IndianaSRN, which means more games for you. It's IndianaSRN, where you always have a front row seat.
Welcome back to Hogan Arena. Rose-Hulman trailing by 18 points. They'll have the ball coming out of the timeout after the turnover. The feed on this earlier play to Emma Shipp, that was the and one that we were talking about earlier on, and that's where Rose-Hulman's really had to try to take advantage of those little moments where they get those pockets of open space. Shipp knocks down a free throw line level jumper, and they've cut the lead to 16. Nearly turned over, and Howell looked like she might have traveled, but they're going to get Amelia Diaz on the foul.
I genuinely thought that was going to be a jump ball. Seemed like both hands were on the basketball right there, but the official thought otherwise. Like you said, maybe possibly a travel. I saw possibly a jump. And
there were multiple.
Neither of those got called.
There were multiple realities that could have been, but what we got was certainly not what Rose-Hulman would have preferred, as James misses but gets her own miss and puts it back in.
That's why we wear sweaters and they wear stripes.
Except they're not wearing stripes in this game.
That's true.
Under 5 minutes in this fourth and final quarter of play. Baum step back three, off the mark. Good rebound by Ship. Now Gallegos Rodriguez, and just nothing falling for Rose Holman right now. Cross quarter. Now Satori bleeding some time off the clock. And they try to get it to James, but a good job on the steal, and Baum comes away with it. Baum, nice running layup, a very high difficulty shot. Back to a 16-point margin. Now a jump ball. There you go. We're back again.
See it again.
And looks like another timeout going to be taken, so we'll take one as well. We'll be back right after this.
We're doing things so quickly. A lot of times we know that we need help. So our professors all know us by name.
Basically, everybody knows everybody here.
That one-on-one personal connection you're getting with the faculty, you don't get that a lot of places.
We're not just saying, here, go do this hard project. We are right there with them. We work with them.
The faculty are there for you.
We have a senior versus a freshman versus a junior. Back here at Holbert Arena, 57-41. Rose Holman outscoring Berea in this fourth quarter, 10-8. Only 5 for 13 from the floor, but they've been picking up rebounds and doing a better job of getting at this Berea defense.
Yeah, I think this is going to be a really weird film game whenever they go to look at this at the end of the game, because the statistics look so close, but the field goal percentages have been weird. So I really like what Rose has done here in the second half.
James muscles in and gets another bucket to go. 25 now, and now nearly turned over. Aggressive defense in the backcourt by Spalding, but Rose Holman will retain possession. Baum going downhill. Now Ship. Ship, little 10-footer, no. Rebound, no. Satori taking her time. Drive, and a foul going to be whistled. And that will send, I believe, Adia Moss to the free throw line.
One thing of note, though, James being back out there, we've noticed it certainly changed these last couple of possessions.
That was only the fourth foul on Rose Holman, not the fifth, so no free throws. They try to jump that pass, and they do. James gets it knocked away. Good aggressive defense by Rose Holman in the post. Spot up three from Meyer, off the mark. Rose Holman only 2 for 13 from beyond the three-point line in this contest. They've really struggled from distance. Frankly, Berea not much better, only 5 for 15 in the game. Really good block by Gallegos Rodriguez. And now here's Sophia Reese. Feed inside to Ship. Up, no. But she will go to the free throw line.
been really successful whenever it's happened. Those drives have forced some uncomfortable positions for the defense of Berea, and the Mountaineers have fouled just about every time. It's just not happened at the quantity that would really make an impact on this game. Another thing is, it's been fortunate for Berea, they've been able to sort of spread out who it is that's fouling. I mean, they've got a lot of people with 3 fouls, but, you know, Rose-Hulman's in a situation where they've got 2 with 4 fouls.
Ship, one of those players, gets her 9th point at the free throw line. Back to a 16-point game. Satori drives to her right. Now kicked out. That was a 2. Foot inside the line by Dalen Spalding. Now there's Ship. Really nice feed to Gallegos Rodriguez. Lays it up easily. Rose-Hulman trying to keep what pressure they can on here and just pick up baskets and points when available. James, harassed, got the ball back and lays it in. They threw multiple defenders at James, and as she's done most of the game, she's able to somehow find possession and get the easy layup. Three in the corner, up and good by Sophia Reese.
It's her first field goal of the game there. 4 points for Reese.
You can see the kick out there to Reese. Conversation being held here at the scorer's bench. Tori Scales coming into the contest. She's going to replace Emma Ship.
Fan favorite coming into the game.
Yeah. I think maybe a foul was called.
It looked like, based on the hand gestures, that the basket would count, but there was a foul as well when the ball was in the air, possibly.
Well, it looked like they were coming down to shoot free throws.
Yeah, so that, I mean, it wouldn't be a player control. It'd be just a regular loose ball foul. So, yeah, there would be free throws on the other end.
That would be the 5th foul on Rose-Hulman in this quarter. Well, they went to a timeout. We'll just keep it here for this final minute. 52.6 seconds left. Down to a 15-point margin. It's about the closest it's been really since the second quarter. As Rose-Hulman's done a nice job of chipping in. They've outscored Berea 17-14 in this final frame.
It's the best that they've played offensively. I mean, it's the most points that they've scored still with a minute to go as well, 17 points.
Satori is going to dribble out some shot clock, it looks like. Getting harassed out there by Reese. Now the kick out, drive, and a foul going to be whistled on Reese. So another player with 4 fouls for Rose-Hulman. Reese picking up her 4th and will be joins Diaz and Ship in that category. Moss knocks that free throw down. So under 25 seconds remaining in this contest. Rose-Hulman not able to connect on the pass on the baseline. So Rose-Hulman going to drop to 9-11 overall with this loss and 6-7 in conference. Still a lot of conference games to play, though, as we wind through February and head towards the HCAC tournament. Berea came in with a game plan and was able to execute it fairly well. They're going to win this contest by the final score, of 65 to 48 as the final horn sounds, and the two teams will go ahead and line up for handshakes. Certainly a disappointing game for Rose-Hulman, and a game that Berea, after some initial struggles, was able to control pretty much from the second quarter on.
Yeah, I mean, if you watched the first quarter, you thought that this was going to be just like the last time that these two teams met. It was a very close, contested game, but at the end of the day, like I said, whenever they're looking at this film, there's not really a lot of details that make you hang your head. They were able to get offensive rebounds. They were able to force turnovers. It was just the ball was not falling into the net when it needed to. Opportunistic scoring was not available today for Rose-Hulman, and it really is a bummer because when you look at every other aspect of the game, you would think that this was a 5-point game in favor of possibly Rose-Hulman.
Yeah, the shooting was the real issue, and that really goes right back to how Berea played defense in this contest. Rose-Hulman finishing 17 for 59 from the field, only 28.8% shooting, only 20% shooting from three. And you combine that with the rebounding issues that they had and just the efficiency that Berea was able to score with on their end of the floor once you got past that first quarter, and it just was a little too much for this Rose-Hulman team to overcome.
Berea took away those opportunities where you don't have to think. Whenever there was an extra pass involved, there was a lot of second guessing on shots. And it really made it a lot more difficult for Rose-Hulman in his game. And, you know, whenever your best players aren't necessarily knocking down the shots that they normally do, it makes it a lot harder.
Leading scorer in this contest was James with 27 points, also had 14 rebounds in the contest. Only scorer in double figures for Berea,
both teams.
For both teams, which is a little bit unusual given the overall circumstances you normally have with a game with that type of a margin.
4 players in this game averaged double figures and only one scored double figures. 4 players for Rose-Hulman end up with 9 points right on the cusp.
Looking at Rose-Hulman, they end up with Gallegos Rodriguez with 9, Emma Shipp with 9, Jamie Baum with 9, and Julia Meyer with 9 as well. Leading rebounder on the game was Emma Shipp with 8, and 4 assists for Shipp as well. She led in that category also.
Yeah, but whenever you look at, you know, points in the paint being as difficult as it was, 28 to 12, and then the fact that the three-pointers were falling sporadically for Berea, it just makes it so much harder to get yourself back into a ball game.
We did have a player of the game selection in this contest. Who do we end up going with?
Yeah, I mean, I think Jamie Baum, although she wasn't necessarily the primary scorer in this game, she was still the primary leader. 9 points. She was 3 for 10 from the field. She got to the free throw line on a few different occasions, including an and one that I thought was going to be a big momentum play as well. But 11 assists for the team. Not really the type of game you would expect, but the senior leader still did her part as far as trying to lead this young squad.
We are anticipating a couple of interviews after this game has ended, and we're going to take a break while we set that up. Again, the final score in this one, 65 to 48. Stick with us, as we'll be back with more here from Hulberg Arena on RHIT.TV.
Finding the right answer and trying again, that's really what dragged me to aerospace. I saw other people making amazing stuff on 3D printers, and I thought if I combine that art of 3D printing with engineering, I could make something as complex as an airplane. It all changed when I came to Rose-Hulman. Feel amazing that I have still 3 years to do something much more complex.
Hello and welcome to Game Day. My name is Keith Myers. I'm the Vice President of IndianaSRN. We're glad that you joined us today. If you'd like to see more content just like tonight, just hit the donate button. Every dollar that you donate will go right back into more games right here on IndianaSRN, which means more games for you. It's IndianaSRN, where you always have a front row seat.
Got Coach Paul with me following up after this game, 65-48. The team comes up short, but, you know, before we went on air, we were just about to talk about the fact that it really seemed like, despite the field goal percentage, this game didn't seem like it really, the score reflected what happened.
Honor goes to God, and things are going to work out in our favor at the right time. So we just got to keep working, go back to the process.
Absolutely, and this is a young team, and you talked about that a little bit as well the last time that we chatted. You do have that senior leader in Baum, and she really seemed like she was trying to get things going. She was still that leadership presence on the court, but it was just so much more difficult, and they really protected the paint on the other side on the defensive end that made it really difficult for you guys as well.
They did. I mean, they played a really good game. That's an experienced team. They've been playing together for a while, so things we got to clean up. Like, we can't allow one person to have 27 points on us, so we got to clean that up. But outside of that, I mean, we held everybody else underneath 10 points, and we got to get some scoring on the board. And Jamie's going to be Jamie. She's a leader. She's a captain on our team, and she really motivates the players around her. We just got to get some more scoring out of all of our players.
Now, that first quarter really kind of showed exactly what it was that you were talking about. You wanted to get in there and defend the paint. You wanted to get your rebounds, and you wanted to limit turnovers. I felt like that was something that we really saw. And, you talk about the points from James. When she got hot, it made it a lot more difficult. But at the same time, you guys were able to win that turnover game. How important do you think that's going to be moving on into the future? As you said, those are the non-negotiables.
Yeah, we have things that we stand for, and the turnovers is definitely one of them. We only had 14 turnovers, and we turned them over 19 times. So I think that the pressure is definitely something that we can build on. As a coach, you just look at the positives, and you take the positives, and you look at the areas where you can improve, and that's what we're going to do.
All righty, Coach. I appreciate it, and good luck with the rest of the season. Thanks you for coming on with me. We're going to go ahead and take another break. This is RHIT.TV.
Finding the right answer and trying again, that's really what dragged me to aerospace. I saw other people making amazing stuff on 3D printers, and I thought if I combine that art of 3D printing with engineering, I could make something as complex as an airplane. It all changed when I came to Rose-Hulman. I feel amazing that I have still 3 years to do something much more complex.
Hello and welcome to Game Day. My name is Keith Myers. I'm the Vice President of IndianaSRN. We're glad that you joined us today. If you'd like to see more content just like tonight, just hit the donate button. Every dollar that you donate will go right back into more games right here on IndianaSRN, which means more games for you. It's IndianaSRN, where you always have a front row seat.
Back here at Hulbert Arena as we wrap up this broadcast. Again, the final score in this one, Berea defeating Rose-Hulman 65-48. We'd like to thank our entire group involved in the production of this game, and we'd like to remind you all to stick around as we will have Rose-Hulman versus Berea men's basketball coming up in about 20 minutes. We'll be back a little bit before that on the feed. We'll give you the pregame on that one as well. Landon, any final thoughts from you?
No, I just really think the coach hit it on the head. You give up 27 points to one player, the field goal percentage adding into that, it makes it really difficult. But at the end of the day, there were a lot of things to be happy about moving forward into the rest of the season.
We'll go ahead and sign off for this one, but stick around on RHIT.TV. We'll be back with more basketball coming up shortly here from Hulbert Arena. For Landon Kleindorfer, I'm Galen Clavio. We'll be back in just a little bit. Welcome back to Holbert Arena in Terre Haute, Indiana, on the campus of the Rose-Hulman Institute of Technology, as we get set for the second game of our doubleheader today, as Rose-Hulman takes on Berea in Heartland Conference basketball. Today's broadcast is brought to you by Reynolds Farm Equipment, a leading equipment dealer since 1955. By Passion to Care, delivering care with more than 24 years of experience. By Boilermaker Local 374, representing highly skilled, highly motivated workers in the field construction and metal fabrication sites throughout the state of Indiana. By Wheeler Mission, for over 131 years, Wheeler Mission has been a pillar in the Indianapolis community. By Bertner Electric, your trusted electrician partner since 1986. By Morales Group, we're in business to create a better future for you and your family. By Piper Logistics, your trusted logistics partner since 1994. By Aspen Creek Grill, why go anywhere else? A large selection of food made from scratch and fairly priced. By Highway Safety Services, providing traffic control and pavement markings in Indiana for the past 60 years. And by IndianaSRN Sports Page. Follow the sports page every day with updates and news from coast to coast. Log on at IndianaSRN.org and click on our tab. We're back here at Holbert Arena. Galen Clavio, Landon Kleindorfer joining you, and we get set for this second game as the Rose-Hulman men take on Berea. And Landon, as we get set for this contest, another rematch from earlier on in the season, another exciting game, a buzzer beater that Rose-Hulman pulled off in that contest.
Even more exciting. I mean, the last game we had one where the buzzer beater didn't fall for Berea, and then Rose-Hulman ends up getting the victory. This time, they had the chance to take the lead, and they did right there, right then. They were able to win the game in an exciting fashion. So they were able to get it done in Kentucky. We'll see if they can get it done here at home.
A tip in at the buzzer from Miles McGowan as they were able to pick up that victory. And really, for this Rose-Hulman team, it's been a little bit fits and starts this year in terms of their overall record, but 12-7, 9-3, tied for second place in the HCAC. A real chance here if they can pick up a win to get closer to potentially a conference title down the line.
And at the end of the day, that's really the big deal right now. I mean, you start the season and you're not really sure how things are going to go. All of a sudden, you start playing conference competition. Everything's going splendid. And, I mean, you talk about games like the one against Berea. You hit the buzzer beater. You do the things you're supposed to do, and you're battle-tested. That's going to be good for February and March moving forward.
A win in their last game for Rose-Hulman as they travel to Franklin on Wednesday. They knock off the Grizzlies 63-61, so a little bit of momentum coming into this game.
Yeah, absolutely, and anytime you can beat one of those in-state rivals as well, it's a big deal, and so they were able to do that. They're moving forward with a little bit of momentum, and they're playing against a team that they already know that they have the capability of beating.
As you look at the statistics for this Rose-Hulman squad, the player that's really stood out the most in terms of their scoring and their shooting is Joey Schmitz, wearing number 15 for Rose-Hulman, averaging 13 and 3. And then Miles McGowan down low, almost a double-double. The statistics have cheated him a little bit. 12.7 points, 9.9 rebounds a game. But those two guys, along with Kobe Stoudemeyer, three players in double figures, and then you throw in Daniel Savovich, it's a really well-balanced scoring group for this Fighting Engineers squad.
And that is exactly why they've shown the success that they have, is just because that any given night one of these guys can show up, a couple of these guys can show up. I mean, in that game that they won against Berea, one of them had the shot, he missed it, then it's a tip-in from the other. So there are opportunities for every single one of these guys to succeed, but at the end of the day, Joey Schmitz, he's the guy that's leading in the points, and like you said, just that 0.1 off from being a double-double on the season. I'm curious to see. I think by the time we get to the end of the year, he'll have that double-double territory.
I would think. He'll probably move towards it a little bit tonight, which will be nice. Berea coming in at 4-8 in conference. They've had some struggles throughout the course of the year. Rose-Hulman getting set for a two-game homestand as they'll have Hanover coming in to Holbert Arena on Wednesday. It'd be really nice to string together 3 victories in a row as they continue to try to get themselves in position for the postseason, hopefully.
Yeah, it's all going to be on the hands of Trey Minter, though, in this game for Berea. I mean, he's first in assists per game right now. He's third in assist-to-turnover ratio, so he's dishing it and he's not giving it away. Yeah. And so it's going to be, can we make him uncomfortable? Can they force him to turn over the ball? That's going to be what's important.
Yeah, Minter averaging 21 points per game, one of the highest scoring averages in the HCAC. Demetrius Phillips wearing number 23, also going to be somebody to keep an eye on, as well as Bryce Riley, who wears number 5 for this Berea squad. Berea coming in 9-10 overall, 3-6 on the road. And if you look at Berea overall, it's an interesting mix of things. They've struggled in the first half a bit. They've been outscored in the first half. They're more of a second-half team. This is a team that's, as we've seen already, capable of giving Rose-Hulman a challenge. Rose-Hulman's going to have to be up for this game from the get-go.
Well, you already mentioned sort of the two-headed monster that goes into this game, and Minter and Phillips, and at the end of the day, Phillips is a defensive machine. He's first in the conference in blocks. He's a double-double machine as well, and he goes and grabs offensive rebounds at almost a 4 rebound clip each game. So he's a guy that's going to do all of the extra stuff, and then you know what you're going to get from Minter. He's going to dish it, and he's going to score. So it's a really tough situation. You don't want to double him because he's going to go find somebody else. You don't want to try to just go one-on-one because you never know. He can be a walking bucket going into any game. But at the same time, there are these other guys, these double-digit scorers that you have to look out for as well.
We'll take a break and come back with the starting lineup and the start of the game here from Holbert Arena. For Landon Kleindorfer, I'm Galen Clavio. You're watching Rose-Hulman basketball on RHIT.TV. Welcome back to Holbert Arena. About 2.5 minutes until we get the starting lineups and get this game started. Rose-Hulman coached by Nick Sales, his 3rd season here in Terre Haute. And coaching Berea, the Mountaineers led by Austin Newton in his 3rd season as well on the bench for the Mountaineers. You look at the last time these two teams met, as we talked about, it was Joey Schmitz, 28 points in that game, 8 for 15 from 3. You'd love to see an encore performance of that. But again, Miles McGowan, 14 and 11 in that game. Savovich, Pride, and Jennings with 11 points apiece. So again, a lot of balanced scoring in that contest. And you saw really in that game, what really seemed to make the difference for Rose-Hulman was their ability to hit from outside. They were 14 of 39 from 3 in that game. That's a ton of three-pointers. That was more than half the shots they took in that contest. They didn't go to the free throw line very much, only 15 total shots from the charity stripe. On the other side, Berea, 4 of 24 from 3 in that game. They really were not shooting very well at all from outside. It was Trey Minter leading in that contest, 24 points, 5 rebounds, 5 assists, and Demetrius Phillips, 16 points and 7 rebounds. So an interesting mix with these two. I don't know if Rose-Hulman can shoot that well from 3 again, but it would be nice to see them get out and get a couple of shots to drain early. We kind of saw that in the previous game. It didn't last throughout the course of the contest, but it was a good omen, even if it didn't work out.
Yeah, I think that's going to be the key to it. I mean, whenever you're knocking down threes, it's kind of like getting the play action going on in a football game. You have to be able to run the football first. Yeah. So if they're wanting to get inside and they're wanting to try to space out the floor, you have to knock down those three-point shots. The offense was scoring really for both teams. The defense wasn't really much heard of. 70 points at least scored for both teams. The nice thing for Rose-Hulman is they're 8-0 when they score 70 points in a game, but at the same time, they have won games when they've given up 70 points. They've won 4 of those games so far this season, so they know whenever it gets down to the nitty-gritty, and it's a high-scoring game for both teams. They're capable of getting that one stop that they need. They're capable of getting that one bucket that they need. So it's going to be determined really by the consistency and whether or not they can continue to strive.
Last time these two teams played, Rose-Hulman with only 16 points in the paint, Berea with 50 points in the paint. So a real contrast in styles. And it's going to be fascinating to watch how these two teams decide to match up today. We are going to go ahead and kick it down to the PA announcer for the starting lineups of this game. And starting lineups concluded, and we get ready for the beginning of this contest. Both teams getting lined up and set. I appreciate Berea in this contest having contrasting number colors from the jersey.
Yes.
The women's team did not do us any favors on that front. A little hard to see who had the ball sometimes.
Yeah, blue and black. That really wasn't very helpful. Now they've got the black and whites on for this game, but it's also helpful, shorter hair in the men's game so you can see the numbers a little bit better as well.
The truth. So Rose-Hulman getting lined up. It'll be McGowan getting ready to jump for the Fighting Engineers. He'll be going up against Demetrius Phillips, the 6'6 sophomore out of St. Louis. We are underway. Tip is batted around and ultimately controlled by the Mountaineers. Rose-Hulman coming out in kind of a mixed matchup zone, looked like there to some degree. They were laying off a couple of the players on that entry pass. A foul going to be called here off that first play. That going to be whistled on number 15, Joey Schmitz, his first, the freshman from Center Grove High School, picking that one up.
Yeah, the big thing about that Center Grove transition, he went to a high school bigger than the college that he would move on to.
Bryce Riley.
I had to look that up. I wasn't exactly sure if that was going to be true, and it is 100% Center Grove.
That is a huge high school. Nearly lost there by Schmitz. Wesley looking for McGowan, double teamed. Wesley, three, gets it to fall. Well, we talked about getting.
You're the oracle.
That's right.
That's exactly what we wanted to see, was a three-point shot to fall here in the early goings, and that's what we get.
So 3-0 to start with, and Minter triggering the offense. Three rattles out, no. The rebound picked up and laid in. That's Bryce Riley.
It's an interesting situation. Stoudemire was so busy defending his guy, he didn't know the shot had gone up. That rebound came right to him, but he wasn't aware of it.
McGowan takes some steps. Really well defended on the baseline by Demetrius Phillips. And that felt like a cursed possession as McGowan nearly lost the ball and then got it back and then traveled. Minter off to Marquise Mackey. Phillips stopped. Mackey, shot off the mark. Nice rebound, but no. And here come the Fighting Engineers. Toby Stoudemire kicks it out. Three-point attempt, up and good. There's Joey Schmitz.
Back-to-back threes here for Rose-Hulman. Absolutely massive, especially with it being two different players. Hopefully a couple of hot hands here in this first half.
Good pressure defense by B.J. Wesley. Rose-Hulman really sagging defensively, and they lay off that three-point shot, and it's good from Marquise Mackey, the senior out of Lexington.
It's a major answer right there. You see a couple of threes go down for Rose-Hulman, and for them to come right back with one is massive.
McGowan, path to the basket, but it was blocked. And Mountaineers coming the other direction.
McGowan didn't convert there, but you can tell Stoudemire is going to make a point of making some plays here and dishing the rock.
An errant pass that Riley picked up. Looked like maybe a push-off there by Riley. No. And that ball bounces off of Riley and out of bounds, so it'll be Rose-Hulman basketball.
Riley, the shorter player down there, but he's already done pretty well for himself against the trees down there.
Wesley, the freshman out of Nashville. Penetrates, stopped on the baseline. McGowan knew that was short and tried to get around for the rebound, but Berea comes out of there with it.
McGowan had a good look right there. He shoots almost 50% from the field. Sort of a surprising miss.
Really nice pass there by Riley. And he'll feed the post for two, and Berea with their first lead of the contest.
Schmitz had a great key in on that, and just a little bit late would have possibly forced a turnover. Instead, it ends up being 2 points.
Knocked out, but Rose-Hulman will retain possession, so Schmitz will trigger the inbound. Schmitz, the freshman who's been a scoring machine at times. Now Wesley stopped. Schmitz, stop, pop. Can't get it to fall. Knocked out of bounds. That one last coming off the hands of Simon Blair. Timeout taken. We'll be back right after this.
Anxious over algebra? Call Ask Rose, the free science and math homework helpline. It's free world-class tutoring. Just call, chat, email, or screen share. Learn more at askrose.org. Confused by chemistry? Call Ask Rose, the free science and math homework helpline. It's free world-class tutoring. Just call, chat, email, or screen share. Learn more at askrose.org.
Back at Holbert Arena, 7-6, Berea leading early, and it's been pretty much all outside action for Rose-Hulman so far. Wesley and Schmitz both knocking down threes, and on the other side, Berea getting one of their threes to fall, which was unusual in the last game, but they've been doing a lot of damage in the paint as well.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that so far we've seen a Berea team that's been a little bit more physical than Rose-Hulman right now. And, you know, Rose-Hulman's got some bigger bodies at that 4 and 5 spot. I'd like to see them get a little bit more aggressive on the offensive end, and that's going to free up even more three-point shots. They're going to be able to knock those down later in the game. They've got a good base. They're 2 for 3 from deep, but now it's time to start getting into the paint and getting some touches down there. Even if they're not taking shots, just getting touches.
So it'll be an inbounds for Berea all the way down on the other end of the floor. They'll be bringing it up. And Trey Minter, who has yet to take a shot. I'm a little surprised 4 minutes in. Drive attempt there by Montgomery was nicely checked by B.J. Wesley. Running layup up and good by Bryce Riley, and he's been pretty active offensively so far.
He has, whether he's had the ball in his hands or not in his hands. He's been moving around and playing physical.
Stoudemire probing. McGowan, nice spin move. Spins into the lane, hook shot. And Miles McGowan gets into the scoring column for the first time tonight. Riley. Phillips working, double teamed, bowled into McGowan, and that'll be out of bounds. They're going to say Berea basketball.
Back to that last possession, that's going to be a dangerous thing that Berea might want to start to key in on. You know, any of those bigs able to sort of get that shoulder and turn and make the shot, that's going to be so tough to defend one-on-one.
A little baseline out of bounds play, nicely done as Jarrell Montgomery able to lay that one in. Schmitz didn't take the three off the screen, kicks it out to Stoudemire, and over the back on McGowan.
That's a tough one because it's one of those situations where you're just truly a taller guy. You can reach over without fouling, but that time saying it got a little bit too physical with the body.
So substitution as we'll see Joey Schmitz take a seat. Benny Smith into the game, the sophomore from Cardinal Ritter. Stoudemire guarding against Minter. Corner three from Mackey, drains it. And it's 14-8. Berea leading. Cole Pride takes the three, new entry into the game. That one's off the mark. Tipped up, bunch of players hit the deck. And now here's Minter outletting, trying to get it to Riley. Going against Pride on the baseline. Three chucked up, off the mark, and the long rebound going to be corralled by Stoudemire. They'll put on the afterburners, and a foul going to be nailed on Minter on the drive. That'll be 2 free throws.
One thing Stoudemire does so well is he can change his tempo very quickly. He can sort of lull you to sleep and then take off. But you see that three-point shot from Berea as that one got knocked down. And they've been able to knock down some shots so far, 2 for 5 from the three-point line. Stoudemire knocks that one down. We start to see some subs come into the game.
Jack Jenigas, sophomore out of Vancouver, Washington, enters the game. We'll give Miles McGowan a breather. Benny Smith out there as well for Rose-Hulman, 14-10. Phillips traveled. A little too much movement of the feet. You can tell he didn't necessarily agree with the call, but probably the right one.
Now that we're starting to see Rose-Hulman go into their bench, it'll be kind of curious. Bench points were not a thing in that last game. They scored 75 points, but it was 5 scorers that all were in double figures.
Foul going to be whistled on Bryce Riley. He felt like he was getting hooked. The official did not agree. So sideline out of bounds. It'll be Benny Smith triggering it in. Wesley up against Montgomery. That was close, but yes, a kick and out of bounds in front of the Berea bench.
Active hands, active feet here from the defense of Berea. It seems like it's given some troubles to Rose-Hulman.
7 on the shot clock. Stoudemire pull-up jumper, good. Kobe Stoudemire with 4 points. He leads Rose-Hulman. It's 14-12, Berea by 2.
And he's much more of a get-to-your-spot, make-a-shot type of guy, and we saw it right there.
Turnover, Smith leading the charge. Now Wesley to Stoudemire off the screen for 3. No.
Too strong, just needed to back up to the logo, would have been good.
Long 3 from Minter. Still has not gotten a point thus far in this contest, and quickly the other way come the Fighting Engineers. Wesley, off glass and in.
Rose-Hulman able to tie this one up, but like you said, Minter not scoring. He's the only one on the starting 5 that hasn't gotten a bucket yet, and yet it's still a tied game right now, but Rose-Hulman with some momentum.
Riley pull-up 3, drains it. And a timeout called by Berea. We'll take one ourselves. We'll be back after this.
So my goal is to get involved in space industry and learn about what lies beyond the Earth's horizon. I
came across Rose Rocketry, I saw, hey, they're doing some really cool stuff. They're building rockets. Being at Rose, I was able to hone my engineering skills to push myself to get involved in the field further and learn about all these different opportunities. And I don't think I would have really gotten that at a bigger university.
Calling officials cheaters or corrupt?
Insulting referees.
Threatening officials.
Berating young umpires, learning the ropes.
Violent language in the stands.
Screaming at a referee in the parking lot? It's not a game.
Back at Holbert Arena, Berea leading Rose-Hulman 17-14. Pretty fast-paced, entertaining game so far. Both teams finding success offensively.
Yeah, I mean, you take a look at the top scores from the last game, and it makes sense. I mean, these guys were rolling on offense the last time they played. They're rolling on offense once again, and the craziest thing still is that Minter has a 0 next to his name right now. And if you're Rose-Hulman, you're kind of glad that that's the case, but you also have to be expecting that, and that's why you can't let off on the offensive end. Need to continue that scoring pace if you are the Fighting Engineers.
Little 2-2-1 zone pressure being applied, although not very heavily, and now Studemeyer dribbling against what is essentially a 2-3 zone. Interesting choice against a team that likes to shoot a bunch of threes.
Yeah, kind of curious about that.
Out top, drive, great feed on the baseline, but an even better job by Trey Minter as he knocked that ball out of the hands of, I believe that was Jenigas. And now the ball nearly lost, but picked up by Phillips, and he'll slam it home.
That was a quick twitch play right there, and it all starts with that quick turnover underneath the basket on the other end.
Studemeyer. Come off a screen, gets a little bit of daylight. Now kicks it out, three-pointer on the way, drained by Cole Pride.
Pride was a little frustrated down in the paint. He was going to work. He wanted the ball, and he verbalized that. He steps out, and Studemeyer finds him for the open three-point shot. I'm sure he's glad that he didn't get that in the paint now.
Fifth player in the scoring column for Rose-Hulman. Now here's Minter draining a three of his own, and Minter finally on the board. He's the fifth Mountaineer to score.
And there's something that they're going to have to keep tabs on. You're going to want to watch him, make sure he can't get hot.
We talked before the game, is a foul going to be whistled on Pride. You can see the three-pointer by Cole Pride. Nice spot up, no hesitation, just uncorks that one, much like we saw with the Minter three on the other side. We talked in the pregame about Berea's struggles from three in that first game. They only hit 4 in that game. They've already hit 4 in this game.
50% from beyond the stripe.
Minter cross courts to Riley. Nice job of kicking it down to Phillips. He gets too far into the basket. Almost turned it over. Three by Montgomery. And that's the fifth three drained by the Mountaineers, and it's an 8-point lead.
I think I'll take the over on this one. This has been a high-scoring game so far.
Studemeyer spot up. Rattled out. Dangerous pass, but Minter corrals it. They're going to get McGowan back into the contest at the next opportunity, are the Fighting Engineers. Montgomery, same spot, different result. That one goes awry. Rose-Hulman can cut into this lead. Pride almost was too open. Settles for the turnaround, and that one was errant.
Important part right now for the defense of Rose-Hulman. They're just going to have to stop the ball each time they get across court.
Really nice feed there as Montgomery cuts to the basket, and it's a 10-point lead and a timeout. We'll take one ourselves and be back after this.
So I started working on Babcock Ranch 16 years ago. We designed a sustainable community that is also storm resilient, and also it has a ton of flood control associated with it. It has 75 megawatt solar facilities on site, which will cover the entire 18,000 acre community. In September of 2022, we had Hurricane Ian. We had 150 miles an hour sustained winds for about 10 hours and 21 inches of rain. Babcock really had little to no damage at all. We were the only place in a 2-county area that had any electric or any available drinking water that did not need to be boiled. And Rose really prepares you to go out, think outside the box, and problem solve. And I think
back in action at Holbert Arena, a surprising 10-point deficit for Rose Holman against Berea. Studemeyer. Moving against Minter. Joey Schmidt's back in the game, as is McGowan. Really tough play by McGowan. That shot too strong. Rose Holman defensively getting carved up as Phillips able to drive to the basket and lay it in.
Yeah, right now it seems like the Mountaineers are able to control the tempo every time they get across court. Rose is just going to have to find a way to fill those gaps and not allow that to happen.
Cross quarter to Studemeyer, spot up three, off the mark. That rebound pulled in by Marquise Mackey.
That was a great find by McGowan to get that ball to Studemeyer. The shot just doesn't fall. In one of those instances where we're seeing the same thing we saw in that last game we called, where those couple of three-pointers fall, and now it seems like the open shots just aren't falling.
10 seconds on the shot clock. Mackey dumps down to Phillips. Probably could have shot there, but kicks it out to Montgomery, and he knocks another three down. 6 threes for Berea, and it's 32-17, a 15-point deficit.
And Montgomery already in double-figure scoring, and another big defensive play. He's doing it on both sides of the court right now.
We're at the under 8 timeout, so we'll take one ourselves. 32-17, Berea leads. Back after this.
We're doing things so quickly. A lot of times we know that we need help. So our professors all know us by name.
Basically, everybody knows everybody here.
That one-on-one personal connection you're getting with the faculty, you don't get that a lot of places.
We're not just saying, here, go do this hard project. We are right there with them. We work with them.
The faculty are there for you.
Back here at Holbert Arena, Galen Clavio, Landon Kleindorfer, 32-17, and thus far the story's been how effectively and frankly easily Berea's been able to score. It's not just the threes. They're 6 for 11 from 3, 13 for 22 overall from the field. That's 59%. You got to have better defensive effort if you're the Fighting Engineers.
Yeah, and you know, it's a lot of times where players just are being left wide open. They switch to that zone for a little while, and there were 2 possessions in a row where it seemed like that left corner was just wide open. There was nobody spotting up that shooter, and it's a kind of a head scratcher because of the fact that they're shooting so well right now. But I know what they're trying to do. They're trying to find a way to try to slow down and confuse this Berea offense, but so far they have not been able to find that answer.
What's really impressive for the Mountaineers, 13 made baskets, 9 assists. They have been really, really good passing the basketball, finding the open target. Trigger, Schmitz, off the mark, and pulled out of there by Trey Minter. Quickly down the floor, found Phillips, laid it up. Fortunate for Rose Holman, he wasn't able to finish that off. McGowan getting harassed every time he gets the ball in the paint. Minter hits the deck. That one bounces out off of Berea. It'll be Rose Holman basketball.
And that communication needs to be heard across the court right there. Whenever you've got that double team coming, somebody's open, and somebody needs to be moving around to help out your paint players.
B.J. Wesley drives straight down the lane, lays it up, and the foul. Well, that may be the shot in the arm Rose-Hulman needed to get their offense back, as B.J. Wesley saw the opening and takes it straight down the middle and picks up the foul for good measure.
Yeah, Wesley's leading the team in scoring right now. He's been quick with and without the ball, and so it's basically just a huge moment for Rose-Hulman as they cut into the lead to make it a 12-point game.
Mountaineers up by 12, 7 minutes left in this first half of play. Montgomery, who's actually leading Berea in scoring. Not sure that we anticipated that. Cutting Phillips was not able to hang on to that pass from Riley, and a turnover. Here come the Fighting Engineers. Post position by Blair, kicks it out, 3 on the way short, and knocked free. Andrew Jones doing a nice job of keeping that alive, and Berea comes out of there with it. Fast-paced game so far, only 3 fouls on each team. And a nice pull-up jumper by Trey Minter.
And right now, you know, you've got the double-digit lead for Berea. They haven't even been to the free throw line to this point.
McGowan, nice spin move, but got the ball knocked away. Rolls free on the deck, and a jump ball going to be called. And that's going to belong to Berea. No, I believe, actually, it's going to stay here.
Yep.
It's actually staying on this side.
A Berea player was telling you, though, that it was going the other way.
I need to check my sources clearly. So Wesley will trigger this baseline out of bounds play. Thrown into McGowan. Handoff. Studemeyer back in the contest. Schmitz, 2 seconds on the shot clock, has to fire it up, and that did not get close to the rim. Looks like a little bit of a block there on that attempt. I think Schmitz just lost track of when on the shot clock they were.
Yeah, I think that was a situation where he found himself in a position where he needed to be able to open himself up and find his own shot. The other players on the court were just kind of watching to see what he was going to do in ISO. Would have liked to have seen a little bit more movement to try to help him out.
Riley loses the ball. Really good defensive effort there by both Wesley and Schmitz. Player hit the deck. Schmitz for 3, off. And the shot's just not falling for Schmitz right now. Studemeyer drives, baseline, off there. McGowan, good offensive rebound, and they'll reset. Kicked around, Schmitz, 3, no.
3 good looks in a row right there, and once again the shot's not falling here for Rose-Hulman.
Rose-Hulman 1 for 8 in their last 9 shots from the field, or in their last 8 shots from the field. Phillips, some contact but no call. Feed across, Montgomery lays it in. Largest lead of the game for Berea at 16, and Montgomery's got 12 of those 36 points that the Mountaineers have scored.
And the drought can literally be looked back on as the Wesley and 1. I mean, that was the last time that Rose-Hulman was able to make a field goal, and that was back at the 7-minute mark.
I was a little behind in the drought issues. Rose-Hulman now 1 for 12 in their last 12. They're 1 for 12 in their last 12 three-point shots, and they haven't scored in 2 minutes and 45 seconds. Nice feed, though, and that solves the drought issue as McGowan able to lay it in. Nobody around him. Big defensive breakdown.
And that was a great feed, just kind of seeing the way that the defense was moving around and finding the open guy, and that's what Studemeyer is going to do.
Minter stepped on the sideline. Unforced error by Berea. Their 5th turnover of the game, and perhaps an opportunity here for Rose-Hulman to chip into the lead a bit more.
And right now you can sort of feel that shift going on right now, some momentum, despite the fact that Rose hasn't knocked down shots. They've been able to get some good possessions and eventually you're hoping that those shots are going to fall. We'll see if they do here.
Schmitz. Wesley stopped at the free throw line. 3 up by Blair. Simon Blair, the senior out of Oklahoma, brings this back to an 11-point margin.
They forced 6 turnovers in this game. That was only their second bucket off of those turnovers. Absolutely massive time to break that cold streak.
Riley cannot answer, and a nice rebound by Miles McGowan, his 6th rebound of the day. Studemeyer, some contact, no call. McGowan, also some contact. That one knocked out of bounds. And a timeout as we hit the under 4. It's an 11-point lead for Berea. Back after this.
We're doing things so quickly. A lot of times we know that we need help. So our professors all know us by name.
Basically, everybody knows everybody here.
That one-on-one personal connection you're getting with the faculty, you don't get that a lot of places.
We are not just saying, here, go do this hard project. We are right there with them. We work with them.
The faculty are there for you.
Welcome back to Hobart Arena here on RHIT.TV. Always a front row seat for Fighting Engineers basketball. And we got a game coming up next week that'll be on RHIT.TV as Rose-Hulman hosts Hanover February 5th. That's Wednesday, 7:30 p.m. Be sure to tune in a little bit ahead of time. We'll have the pregame and the entire basketball game. That should be a really good contest and a game that Rose-Hulman will very much need as they move forward, as they try to keep pace at the top of the HCAC.
Anytime you can get one of those in-state D3 games. Love the D3 in-state games anytime they come around. They just seem like they mean a little bit more.
A lot of those players have been playing against each other since junior high, or maybe even earlier. They've been on the same AAU teams or on different AAU teams playing each other. A little bit of extra juice there generally.
And the great thing is, you know, this being a basketball state, they're recruiting a lot of in-state players. It's no different here with Rose-Hulman.
Wesley. Fighting Engineers trying to cut this down to single digits for the first time in a while. Kicked it off to McGowan now. Here's Schmitz. 3 falls! And it's an 8-point game.
Shots are coming in groups here for Rose-Hulman. Another big-time shot.
Schmitz,
8 in a row.
And he hits his second 3 of the game. He had missed, I think, 4 in a row prior to that. There's a nice feed, and Minter lays it in. That was a little too easy.
Yeah, Studemeyer got lost there on the defensive side, and he just took his eyes off of his player 1 second.
He's gone. McGowan working on Phillips. Kick out. Wesley, 3 off the mark. Fought for, and Phillips pulls that one in. Berea going to slow it down a little bit. It's been a pretty frenetic pace over the course of the last few minutes. Berea has not scored in the last 2 minutes. They're trying to be a little more deliberate in what they do. Now out on the perimeter. That bounces hard off the front of the rim. That shot from Anthony Ham, who just recently entered the game. Now Studemeyer, jump stop, kicks it across. Wesley probably should have just shot there, tried to make the extra pass, and it gets picked off.
He saw the larger defender there and just tried to hold off, and Phillips, he's a shot blocker, and he knows it.
Montgomery, 10-point margin. You want to try to knock as much of this off as you can if you're Rose-Hulman. Minter loses the ball and then fouls McGowan as he dives into his legs. I always hate to see that with a guy wearing knee braces.
Yeah,
but
exactly.
No real damage, it looks like, done there, thankfully.
Yeah, and that was just unfortunate. It actually really worked out for Berea. You see that 3-point shot fall, big momentum play, but it looked like Rose-Hulman was about to go on a run right there, and that foul kind of eliminated that possibility. Completely unintentional, but like you said, you just don't like to see that, especially with a guy who's already shown that he's got the brace on.
Only the 8th total foul in this half. We appreciate it. Thank you,
that's
referees.
Okay.
Pull-up jumper from Schmitz. That's hard off the back. So a couple of golden opportunities to slice into the lead, and Rose-Hulman hasn't been able to capitalize. Berea could try to go 2 for 1 here if they wanted to. Instead, they look like they're going to try to drain as much of this clock as possible. 3 seconds on the shot clock, and it's stolen. Wesley picks it up and then loses the basketball as he tried to toss it to Schmitz. Baseline drive. And Phillips just bullying, and he gets called for a travel, and rightfully so.
That was great job down low by McGowan. He got put in a position where really they'd gotten too deep. It seemed like that was going to be an easy bucket, but he continued to stay strong defensively and did not allow another inch, and that forced that turnover right there.
Shot clock off, and expect Rose-Hulman to hold for the final shot here. Wesley, McGowan, Schmitz, Studemeyer, and Cole Pride out there. 9 seconds and a foul going to be given. They had a foul to give before the bonus. I'm not entirely sure you get a lot out of that particular foul, but it's been a trend we've seen in college basketball here lately.
You're forcing another pass in. There could be a mistake. You could get a foul on an illegal screen.
Wesley doubled, gets out of it, but falls down. Nice pass to McGowan. 2 seconds left, and he throws it out of bounds. You know, good idea to get it to Studemeyer, but he wasn't there.
If they don't foul right there, they just let it go down for the final shot. I don't know. Maybe they got 0.8 seconds to try to get another shot off.
A lob by Riley, and that's going to be caught out of the air. Well, not the half Rose-Hulman was hoping for, as they trail by 10 at home to Berea, 38-28. But the way that this game has gone, a lot of basketball has been played, a lot of chances to get back into it. We're going to take a break. We'll come back with the statistical breakdown of the first half and the keys to the second half for Landon Kleindorfer and Galen Clavio. This is Rose-Hulman basketball on RHIT.TV.
Finding the right answer and trying again, that's really what dragged me to aerospace. I saw other people making amazing stuff on 3D printers, and I thought if I combine that art of 3D printing with engineering, I could make something as complex as an airplane. It all changed when I came to Rose-Hulman. I feel amazing that I have still 3 years to do something much more complex.
Hello and welcome to Game Day. My name is Keith Myers. I'm the Vice President of IndianaSRN. We're glad that you joined us today. If you'd like to see more content just like tonight, just hit the donate button. Every dollar that you donate will go right back into more games right here on IndianaSRN, which means more games for you. It's IndianaSRN, where you always have a front row seat.
We're back here at Hobart Arena, and the score 38-28, and it has been a good one so far as Rose-Hulman trails it, and we will go ahead and take a quick break, and we will be right back.
Okay, my microphone's working.
There we go.
We're good. We had a technical issue, and we are back. Quick check of statistics. Really, the breakdown of this game so far. Berea's hit shots, Rose-Hulman has not. A lot of that is defensive work, and as Berea's defense has been really good, and Rose-Hulman probably needs to improve on that front. 57% from the field for Berea in that first half, only 34% from the field for Rose-Hulman. Promising signs, though, for the Fighting Engineers after a long drought. They hit some threes. They're 5 for 17 from beyond the arc. I don't think anybody was expecting Berea to be 6 for 13 from 3, but here we are.
No, and I think that it really had to do with the fact that Berea was imposing their will there for a stint. When they were able to extend that lead, it happened because they controlled the tempo, they controlled the physicality down low, and Rose-Hulman was trying to take some bad shots that necessarily weren't part of their game. This score got closer because Rose-Hulman started playing their game, and Berea wasn't able to get into the same tempo that they had through that first 10 minutes of the game.
Berea +6 in rebounding in that half. They had 2 more turnovers than Rose-Hulman. 18 points in the paint for Berea, only 8 for Rose-Hulman. We'll take a break, and we'll come back a bit later with more breakdown of this first half, and we'll set up the second half here on RHIT.TV.
big play here for Mount Vernon. Hurdle looking right, now over the middle, fires, and it's in there for a touchdown. What a throw.
Boy, what a stick, huh?
Side out, back to the middle, and guess what? You want a point on the other side, you go to Taylor Lewis.
Here's Freeman. Has an opening shot. Score!
Stafford around a screen. Skip pass. Mays with 3. Mays drive. Floater up and in at the horn.
Hand off, and nice hole over the near side. 40, 35, 30. Block to the outside. 20, 15, 10, 5, and touchdown. And that's a big one right there. And finally, somebody gets on the board.
Rose Rocketry was founded to put Rose-Hulman on the map for places to go if you're interested in aerospace. Rocketry is a club and a team for anyone interested in any aspect of hobby rocketry, aerospace as a career, or space in general. Rose Rocketry has several different pillars that we try to pursue for all of our members, one of them being the NASA USLI competition. The NASA University Student Launch Initiative is for college students and universities to get experience with high-power rocketry, get experience in creating proposals for NASA. They put us through the same rigorous process as they would all of their contractors. We write proposals, critical design reviews, we write flight readiness reviews, and then we can go and present all of our learnings to the NASA board and they can ask us questions. And having that kind of hands-on experience where you can point to it and say, hey, I want to work at your company. This is what I've done to show that I'm valuable to your company. I've built rockets before. I've written proposals for NASA before. Another part of Rose Rocketry is the research aspect. Because Rose Rocketry's goal is to help students pursue aerospace as a career, we want to try to encourage people in whatever field, in whatever subset of rocketry they are interested in. For example, we have a bunch of students working on what's called Rose Propulsion Laboratory, and we are able to provide them funding, even mentorship. Another aspect would be electric ion propulsion. We have a couple students who are really interested in in-space propulsion specifically. And then there's also SmallSat. Rose SmallSat has the goal of launching a nanosatellite, which is around this big, into orbit within the next 3 to 5 years. And this is a really ambitious project, and it wouldn't be possible without the support of Rose Rocketry. My favorite thing about Rose Rocketry is how open we are. A lot of our people that are the most active are freshmen. And that's fantastic because now these people are learning hands-on engineering skills before they even learn what engineering is.
It's sort of given me a preview of all the engineering that is to come, and it's sort of put me on the fast track of learning mechanical engineering. Failure modes, effects, and analysis. That's not something you really learn as a freshman in your academics, but learning it in Rose Rocketry means I can apply those concepts to my current classes, which really helps me excel academically and prepares me for future classes. One of the goals I have after graduation is to be part of the aerospace industry. Rose Rocketry has helped me prepare for that goal in learning the design process of the aerospace industry and learning the documentation requirements. And it's also given me the opportunity to step into a lot of design areas and a lot of manufacturing areas that I haven't been exposed to before. And I think Rose Rocketry provides that really collaborative and friendly atmosphere. We really learn to work with each other, especially across multiple majors. What's special about Rose is the ability to really get involved. If you have that initiative, you can pursue it. And I think that's exemplified by how joining this team as a freshman, I was able to be elected the vice president. I was able to make a real difference on the team. That experience is something that you really may not find at other universities.
Hey, thanks for joining us tonight. We consider it a privilege to have you as one of our listeners and viewers. If you'd like to see more content just like tonight, just hit the donate button. Every dollar that you donate will go right back into more games right here on IndianaSRN, which means more games for you. It's IndianaSRN, where you always have a front row seat.
Halftime halftime here at Hulbert Arena. Berea leads 38-28. We're going to take another quick break. We'll come back as we get ready to start the second half right after this here on RHIT.TV.
Brian Chrisman joins me today. And Brian, talk a little bit about the winter and Wheeler Mission and how important it is for people to help Wheeler Mission, because winter means homeless and homeless means people in the cold. Talk a little bit about that.
Yeah, I mean, we really serve a lot of people year round, no matter what the weather is, right? And so we serve anywhere from 700 to 900 people who are experiencing homelessness every single night. But when winter hits, that can become life or death. So if you're stuck out in the cold, happens every year. IMPD will find people out in the cold and encourage them to come in. But if they don't catch them in time, I mean, again, life and death. And so it's vital that our doors are open. And so we do that. Our staff shows up every day to make sure our doors are open. We serve 1,000 meals a day plus every single day. That's a nice, warm, nutritious meal. Donors provide that. Donors provide our food, coffee, something hot to drink. Donors provide that. So there's a lot of opportunities to get involved at Wheeler to make sure we can get through winter, or to work at Wheeler. We need staff, and so we're always looking for staff to get us through the winter time. We spread ourselves thin during winter, making sure that anybody can find space, and so we have bed capacities. For sure, but we go beyond that every winter to make sure that the city has an option for people who are experiencing homelessness in the dead of winter.
Schools out there that are watching this program with our reach, maybe they want to do a sock drive, or they want to do a sweatshirt drive. They can contact our office at IndianaSRN, or they can contact you. Where's a contact, or who would be a contact that maybe we want to do a sock drive? I think that would be a great idea for SRN to start one of those sock drives. How would that? What does that look like?
Yeah, so if you go to wheelermission.org, we have our needs lists that are right there on our website. Those change sometimes in the winter, but there are some needs that are pretty much continual when it comes to hygiene items, when it comes to warm items to get us through the winter. So when you're talking about coats, especially bigger sizes for people that come through, we want to make sure a lot of people that come to our mission, they come with the clothes on their back, right? And so we need to make sure they have something to wear during their stay with us, and which could be for a few weeks, could be for a couple months. And so go to our website, wheelermission.org. You can donate directly there, whether it's a financial donation or you can look at our needs list. You can even find drop-off locations. You can drop it off at some of the barns that we have around the city, or come right down to Wheeler Mission, drop it off right there. But we need this community's support. So greatest thing about Indianapolis is it is a generous community.
Yes.
It is a community that steps up when there's a need. And there's 1,700 homeless individuals in our community. That number has risen 5% just over the last year. Wheeler Mission is the main place for those individuals to go, has been since 1893, over 130 years. And so support that ministry so that those doors can be open, making sure that every man, woman, and child that needs to come inside can come inside and not only get warm, but get nutritious meals, food, shelter, and care. And so beyond that, we take them through a whole journey of program to make sure that they come out our back door different people. But the first things first, right? Get them fed and get them warm and get them safe.
Since it's basketball season and we cover over 300 games a year on IndianaSRN, we challenge our basketball teams and our basketball programs to get involved. There are meals that need to be served. Tell our teams out there how they can help and serve meals.
Yeah, no better way to really open your eyes to the community's needs than to stand in front of people who are desperately in need and hand them a meal, hand them what they're asking for that day. So great group opportunity is to volunteer at Wheeler Mission. You can go to wheelervolunteer.org. You can sign up a group. It can take an hour and a half to come down and serve a lunch. You can get 12, 15 people involved in that, a dinner, come down either at our men's shelter or our women's shelter. It's a really cool experience for teams, not only to help in a way that you're making a difference, but to see the people that you're helping, right? To hand a meal to someone and smile and say hi to someone literally in their darkest moment, right? So
best assist they can ever make.
Oh yeah,
is to serve a meal.
That's a good point. It's a slam dunk.
It's a slam dunk, exactly. For Indiana SRN, this is Keith Myers.
Back at Holbert Arena, Galen Claudio, Landon Kleindorfer here on RHIT.TV. Berea leading Rose-Hulman 38-28. Let's look at the leading scorers from that first half. For the Rose-Hulman Fighting Engineers, it was B.J. Wesley leading the way with 8 points, 3 for 4 from the field, including 1 for 2 from 3. 2 turnovers, 1 assist, 1 steal. 6 points for Joey Schmitz. A little bit of a rough start for Joey, and he's 2 for 8 from the field, but he's hit a couple of threes, kind of getting back into the rhythm there. Kobe Studemeyer, 4 points, 2 for 2 from the free throw line, 3 rebounds, 3 assists, and Miles McGowan, 4 points and 5 rebounds. For Berea, so far it's been Jarrell Montgomery leading the way, 12 points, 5 for 6 from the field, and he's knocked down a couple of threes. And then you've got Marquise Mackey and Demetrius Phillips, both with 6 points, and then Trey Minter chipping in 7 alongside Bryce Riley, who also has 7. About 35 seconds till we get this thing started again. Landon, what do you see as the keys to the game here?
Well, I think that the one thing is that they just need to keep the ball in the hands of their 2 guards. Studemeyer and Wesley are very talented guards, and I think that they can really force the issue and create offense for the rest of their team. The other thing is, I need to see the bigs in the paint fighting for position the whole time. There were a couple of instances where different bigs on this team, McGowan and Pride at one point, are able to get in that position, but they just weren't able to win the battle. They couldn't get underneath the basket and make the play. I don't want to see the ball in their hands for more than 3 seconds before it's going up. One move, put the ball up, maybe try to crash the boards and get some offensive rebounds. But I think it all starts with those guards making those plays. I think that if they want to win this game, the assist numbers for Wesley and Studemeyer need to skyrocket.
Berea will have the inbound to start the second half. And it's Minter out there with the original starters for the Mountaineers. Minter guarded by Studemeyer. Phillips. Montgomery checked at the top of the key. Sorry, that was Montgomery. It was Mackey checked at the top of the key. Montgomery picking up right where he left off, knocks down a 3, 41-28.
Well, they were playing pretty far off of him, and as the hot hand in the first half, probably not a good idea. I think they just learned.
McGowan, turnaround hook shot, good. Miles McGowan with his 6th point, and good to see him getting off to a better start offensively in this half.
And that's exactly what I want to see. 1 foot on the cylinder, turn and shot up quickly. That's the part of that tempo. They were taking too much time on their possessions in that first half during that long stretch of offense from the Mountaineers.
Riley's 3 is off. Rebound pulled in by Phillips. And a foul as the basket goes in.
That is just a tough play from Phillips, and I thought that the foul might have come a little bit earlier before the shot, but he was able to go up through that contact and put it high off the glass and get it to go.
Foul was whistled on Miles McGowan, his 2nd. And Demetrius Phillips, sophomore out of St. Louis, knocks that one home. Largest lead of the game, 14 for Berea, 44-30. Studemeyer into the lane, wide open on that drive, and he'll lay it in.
And that's what happens on a lot of those option-type plays. I mean, he's going in there with the mindset of, I'm going to pass this either to the corner or the wing, but just found himself so open, you could even see the hesitation for a second before he went straight to the hole.
Rose-Hulman man-to-man. Montgomery gets open again. Fortunately misses that, but Phillips picks up the board and drops that one home. Now Wesley. Studemeyer thought about the 3, but drives. Now takes it to McGowan. Working against Phillips. And well, it looks like McGowan stepped on the end line. Thought that was a nice play to keep it in, but no.
It was, but at the same time, that's another one of those instances where you just can't allow you can't be in the paint too long. Phillips is a shot blocker. The longer you stay there, the more opportunity he has to try to predict what it is that you're going to do. That's why you need those quick possessions.
And he saw on the other end there, Phillips drawing that contact. He throws the ball out of bounds there and say, that's my bad. As that pass a little too high. That's the 10th turnover for the Mountaineers. Studemeyer coming off the screen. 3. Soft, but no. Riley. Numbers if they hurry. Now kicked across and wide open Minter. Timeout going to be called by Rose-Hulman. We'll take one ourselves. 49-32. Berea leads. Back after this.
Thinking about what to do after high school? Consider a career with Boilermakers Local 374. As a Boilermaker apprentice, you'll earn while you learn. We offer excellent wages and benefits, and as part of our no-cost hands-on apprenticeship program, you'll learn from the best in state-of-the-art training centers and on the job. Become a union Boilermaker and get on your way to a great career. Find out more, visit www.local374.org or call 219-845-1000.
We encourage you to follow us on Twitter at IndianaSRN. Find upcoming games, video highlights, and much more. Follow us now at IndianaSRN.
We're back at Hulbert Arena, and all the progress that Rose-Hulman made towards the end of that first half washed away in the first 3 minutes. They trail by 17. What's been the key for Berea as we start the second half?
Speed and opportunity. I mean, whenever they get out on the run, it seems like Rose is so adamant about getting around the basketball that they're leaving the perimeter open a lot of the time. And when they're not doing that, then Phillips has the opportunity to go to town, and he just goes to work underneath the basket.
Montgomery has been the leading scorer so far. Our statistics are a little behind right now, so we're waiting on updated point totals, but Montgomery with 15 points so far in this contest. And while we saw Miles McGowan hit a shot early and get himself off to a better start, it hasn't really materialized elsewhere for this Rose-Hulman team. Only 4 points scored through these first couple of minutes, whereas Berea scored 11. Blair. And now a blocking foul going to be called on Minter. Berea bench really wanted to travel there on Simon Blair as they felt like he shuffled his feet.
Well, I wanted a foul. I wasn't sure which direction it was going to go, but I mean, there was no fake contact there. I was sitting there thinking it has to go one way or the other.
Inbounds. Studemeyer, the dangerous pass. McGowan, nice feed, and Blair gets fouled going up.
And that time, McGowan did what he needed to do. If he's got the ball and he's not in position to take the shot, get it out of your hands and try to have somebody else make the play, and that's exactly what happened.
So Blair knocks that one home.
The stats want to update.
They are updated. We're just not getting the updated stats. It's kind of concerning. Minter, pull up 3. That's way short. Good job by Phillips to keep that alive, but an even better job by Wesley to pull that out.
It's a great snag by Wesley.
Post feed by Wesley. That was not the smartest of ideas. And a turnover for Rose-Hulman. Montgomery fakes, drives, a little one-hander, and he gets the rattle. Some days it's just your day. So
Truly.
far, Montgomery has had everything go his way offensively.
He has been unconscious so far. It's just been absolutely amazing, especially a couple of those threes that he hit in the first half and now continuing to pour it on from all over the court.
3 from Blair, up and good. Well, Simon Blair trying to keep Rose-Hulman in this in some way, and he knocks that lead down to 15.
He hasn't taken a lot of threes, but he is a 41% shooter from deep.
One of those where if you're 41%, you probably need to be shooting more.
Or are you 41% because you're not shooting more?
Well, that's why you shoot more, so we can find out. It's a proof of concept. Minter, NBA three, and he gets it to rattle in. That was the softest 25-footer I think I've seen in a while.
Incredible. I mean, that thing floated through the air.
Back to 18, and a turnover. Entry pass from Schmitz just did not get there.
And, you know, you can tell what Rose-Hulman wants their identity to be. They want to be able to get the ball in the paint and play from there. Not necessarily where they're going to take the shot, but that's where they want the initial feed to be. And right now, Berea sees that, and they are just not allowing it.
Minter, shot fake, drives all the way in and lays it up glass. And a 20-point lead now for Berea.
Yeah, on that one, Blair was just a little bit late coming off of his defender in the paint.
A whistle. And a timeout called. So we'll take one ourselves as 14:41 remaining in this second half of play. Back after this.
We're not here to just sell you another piece of software. We're here to helping you procure the licensing, manage and monitor those licenses over time.
Collaboration is very key when working with our clients. We are very much a partnering organization. We definitely work as a team to deliver solutions for our customers.
We're here to build relationships with customers, which is unique.
Hi, I'm Grayson, and our parents work in road construction. Every day they head out to make our roads safer and better for you. But did you know work zone deaths have increased 63% since 2010?
Wow, that's a lot. Please slow down and pay attention when you see all those orange signs. When you do, you're helping to keep our parents and everyone who works on the roads safe. Thanks for looking out for us.
This message is brought to you by your friends at Highway Safety Services. Stay safe, stay alert.
Back at Hulbert Arena. And a rough game so far for Rose-Hulman. They trail by 20 points, 56-36. And it's really, as we talked about at halftime, all about efficiency. Berea, 60.5% from the field, 23 of 38 shooting. That's an amazing game. And when you're hitting 47% from three, it's amazing as well. Just really potent offense so far from Berea, and the defense hasn't been there to match, unfortunately, for the Fighting Engineers.
Well, check this out. I mean, you got 1 for 1 from the free throw line. You've scored 56 points with 14 minutes left. They're not even getting to the charity stripe. It's just like you said, absolute efficiency from everywhere that they've decided to shoot. I mean, the turnover numbers aren't even really that high right now for either team. 10 turnovers for each team. It really hasn't mattered. It's all about who's been more successful in the half court.
Benny Smith nearly turned it over, but picked up by Studemeyer. 8 seconds on the shot clock. Step back, and that shot barely grazed iron, and now the run out for Montgomery, who will take it all the way in, lay it up, and he's got 19.
It's one of those opportunities where you just cannot hesitate. And, you know, Studemeyer comes up short on that three. He kind of double clutched it before he decided to go up.
Philip Randolph into the game, new face for Rose-Hulman. Whipped around, here's Jenigas, three is off. Rose-Hulman now 6 for 20 from three on the game.
Started 2 for 2.
The prophecy did not come true, at least not for Rose-Hulman.
Yeah, one of these teams is shooting 9 for 19, and it's 47% from three.
Long range three from Riley, and he gets it to fall. 10 three-pointers so far for Berea, and it is 61-36. Engineers trying to answer with a three of their own, but Cole Pride hard off the back of the rim.
I don't love that shot. The response to hit a three because there was a three. Not necessarily the greatest mindset when you're trying to get back into it.
Riley drains another one, and he and the bench are exchanging some excitement, 64-36. Riley's got 13 points on the night. Foul going to be called as a hand check on Montgomery there, and he fouled Stoudemire.
This team entered shooting 29% from three. They're over 50% right now at 11 for 21.
Some days the stars align. Stoudemire. And a foul on that drive to the basket. And this will send, I believe, Kobe Stoudemire to the free throw line. Rose-Hulman has had some success at the free throw line so far today. They haven't been there many times, but 4 for 5 so far on the contest.
Yeah, I mean, they're really just, like you mentioned in the first half, haven't been a lot of free throws. There haven't been a lot of fouls. This has been a very clean game. It's really been textbook for both teams on exactly what you're going to get a perfect example on your film on, all right, these are the things we did wrong on our half court. These are the things we did right on our half court. That's all this game has been a successful half court offense from Berea and a less successful offense in the half court from Rose-Hulman.
Stoudemire going to get a well-deserved rest as he's played the most minutes of anybody in the Rose-Hulman uniform. BJ Wesley back into the game. And a little full court pressure being applied, but broken fairly easily by Berea. And Riley again, that one was way off. And a blocked shot, but a foul going to be called, and that's going to send Phillips to the free throw line.
Yeah, Phillips saw a height differential there. I think if that was anybody else down low, he's probably kicking that back out for another three-pointer.
Phillips has had a pretty even game so far. His 12th point there. 7 rebounds, 2 assists. Kind of a unique free throw form there as he basically just shot with one hand. Do whatever works,
yeah, exactly.
Right?
I've seen better form and lower free throw percentages.
Wesley. Now Randolph. Wesley lays it up pretty far off and took a spill as a result. Riley nearly pulled the trigger again, but he'll wait. And then a bad pass. Andrew Jones not able to corral that, so a turnover again on Berea.
And again, it's really been a tempo issue.
We'll talk about tempo after this timeout on RHIT.TV.
A good engineer, a good mathematician, a good scientist can identify problems.
But in order to be a great scientist or engineer, you've got to have curiosity and you've got to have creativity, and that's what's going to set you apart.
You can't teach curiosity. You just need to encourage your student to be curious. Curious in anything that they do. Curious so that it brings out the innovations, the new ideas.
Back here at Holbert Arena, Rose-Hulman trailing 66-38. And an illustration of the offensive struggles that Rose-Hulman has had so far. Nobody in double figures yet. You've got 2 players with 8, a player with 7, 2 players with 6, but they've really not had anyone just take the reins and be that reliable scorer like we saw out of Joey Schmitz in the game down in Kentucky. So obviously some other issues, but if they want to get back into this contest, they've got to get some level of consistent offense from somebody on the roster.
Yeah, I really still think that it comes down to maybe putting 2 bigs on the floor at the same time, trying to work their offense. That's what they're wanting to do right now, and I don't hate the fact that they've continued to go to it, but it's just the fashion in which they've chosen to go into that offensive scheme. Honestly, I think that they just need to go to the big guy that's not being guarded by Phillips at the moment, because he has been playing absolutely immaculate defense inside the paint.
Well, they have a moment here where Phillips is not on the floor. And they've got a bit of a size advantage, although a throwaway there. Bad pass by Benny Smith as he tried the entry to Cole Pride.
And they are facing up these bigs a lot more often than I would have expected going into this game, especially with the physicality not being that much different. But right there, they continue to face it up, and then they try to bounce pass. It's just not going to get in there. They have to go over the top of the defense if they want to get those open shots.
Mackey spins. Wesley, jump stop, hard off the glass, no.
We have seen that a couple of instances in this game so far, getting looks, but a little bit of physicality forces a tough shot.
Riley off to Jones. Tried the back door, and it's kicked. So it'll remain Berea basketball. 4 players in double figures for Berea. Led by Montgomery with 19. Minter's got 15. Riley and Phillips both with 13.
Their stat line looking a lot more like Rose-Hulman's did the last time that these two teams played. I mean, it's not really a lot of different players getting involved, but the ones who are playing amazing.
Minter directing traffic, 10 seconds left on the shot clock, and again, Berea in no real hurry. Jones hoists the 3, hard off the back of the rim. Smith, entry to Jenigas, and reverse layup, no, but a foul going to be called.
That one was a quick take, a good look. He goes in, contact, and he'll have a couple of free throws coming up, but I like the way that he went about that action. Didn't wait, didn't hesitate, just went straight to the basket. It was a tough shot, but he gets rewarded.
Jenigas still looking for his first point on the night. Been kind of a quiet presence out there for Rose-Hulman thus far. No luck at the charity stripe with either attempt. Aston Sylvester getting set to come into the contest for Rose-Hulman. Spin move. That was a pretty play by Tyler Moss. A 30-point margin. Jenigas fouled by Jones, and he'll go back to the free throw line.
Again, very decisive in the paint. Gets the foul. This time you do need to knock down those foul shots, though. We talked about free throws, despite them being limited, being pretty good for both teams. But that last trip was over.
And knocks that one down like nothing bad happened. 7 for 10 from the free throw line overall is Rose-Hulman. Jenigas knocks it home. Sylvester replaces Jenigas. Aston Sylvester from Brookfield, Connecticut. 6'3" sophomore. Riley picked up in the double team. Now they back off. Riley chucks something off of the baseline. Kind of an ill-advised shot there, and Studemeyer picks it up as he's back in the game. He'll go downhill, stops his momentum, and then that ball bounces out of bounds.
On the defensive end, I think that was one of their better defensive possessions, forcing a bad shot. I mean, I think that we really saw on that possession that they were very decisive on where they wanted to be in that man defense, something that we really didn't see during the 2 big runs that we saw from the Mountaineers. But then on the other end, you just cannot lose the basketball the way that they did.
Tyler Moss out there with Anthony Ham. some less used players getting some run right now for both of these teams, as we've also got Harry Weston out there for Rose-Hulman. Ham, that three does not fall, but the rebound on the backside by Tyler Moss pushes the lead back out to 70-40.
It wouldn't have mattered if the three went in or the two went in. I would have been saying the same thing. That basket happened because of Demetrius Phillips. He was doing a great job at drawing the defense, set an amazing screen away from the ball, and then on the rebound, he was drawing two guys because of his offensive rebounding abilities, which led to that extra chance.
Randolph kicks it off to Sylvester. Can't get the shot to fall. Phillips going downhill, blocked. Nice play there by Cole Pride. And quickly the other way, layup no good. It was a good idea, good feed to Benny Smith, but could not convert.
This has been a game on the offensive end, especially in the second half, where I think you can really see exactly what it is that Rose-Hulman's wanting to do, and the execution has just missed the mark.
Foul going to be whistled as they try to stop the momentum of Minter to the basket. We're at the under 8 timeout. We'll take one ourselves. 70-40, Berea leads. Back after this.
At first, me and my mom were struggling. I was trying to pay the bills and trying to take care of my mom at the same time. When I first heard that I can get paid for taking care of my mom, I was kind of skeptical because I had been doing it for so many years without pay. That's when I reached out to Passion to Care. I read all the reviews and I saw that they were #1 in the field. Passion to Care has really, really changed my life. Right now, I take care of my mom 24/7 thanks to Passion to Care.
Back at Holbert Arena, 70-40, Berea surprisingly leading this game by 30 points. Rose-Hulman continuing to struggle. They've been outscored by 20 points in this half alone. And the Fighting Engineers, 3 for 12 from the field, only 25%. And it's just not worked for them offensively, regardless of the several different things that they've tried.
Yeah, I think that the big stat right now, points in the paint's 30-12. I mean, that's about half of this deficit right now, and it's really been an onslaught by Berea, especially as the three-pointers started to fall. What you didn't notice was the fact that the interior game started thriving.
Just a reminder, you can tune back into RHIT.TV on Wednesday of this upcoming week. Catch Hanover taking on Rose-Hulman in HCAC action. Ball tips at 7:30. Join us before for the pregame as we bring you the best in Rose-Hulman basketball. Driving layup attempt, no. And a jump ball, and that'll go Rose-Hulman's direction. Back in action. Kicked out into the corner. And the three falls, and finally Philip Randolph gives the home crowd something to cheer for as he knocks that one home.
Yeah, it had been quite some time since the last field goal for Rose-Hulman, but even bigger, that three-point shot falls, and then Berea comes right back.
Almost every made basket and chance at momentum has ended up with Berea doing a nice job of countering it, and turnover there as we see the Mountaineers coming down the floor. Powerful block by Benny Smith, and he leads the fast break. And then he gets blocked. That's going to be out of bounds for Rose-Hulman, as I think that was a new face in the game, Peyton Dixon laying on the baseline.
They really just tried to prove what you said correct. I mean, even if it's not scoring, oh, you got a block on this side, we'll get a block on the other side. It has been mirrored, basically, anytime there has been a positive Rose-Hulman moment.
Conversation amongst the officials as Trey Minter may be done for the day. He went over to the bench, putting the warm-up on. He's had quite a day, if that is the end for Trey Minter. 15 points, 5 assists, 3 rebounds, and not as big of a scoring game as we're used to out of him, but he hasn't needed it because his teammates have been chipping in so much.
Well, yeah, I mean, you've got scores of 19, 13, 15. I mean, you don't really have to put up 25 points.
There's a review taking place. I'm not entirely sure for what. But the officials going to the monitor. One of them spotted something that they didn't like, and that led to this conversation. Berea's shooting percentage has dropped a little bit, now only shooting about 56% for the game and 45.8% from three. So starting to regress back to the original averages, although still significantly ahead of their season average on these things.
Yeah, they are, and it's really – it was a spectacle to watch as they started knocking down those shots there, especially in that first half. I mean, really, much like the first game we called, Galen, the first 5 minutes told a completely different story than what we have gotten the rest of the way.
And I'm sure Rose-Hulman is kind of asking themselves, like, how did it spiral the way that it did? Because they looked by far the superior team coming out of the gate and just were not able to sustain. And you got to give Berea credit. They really bothered Rose-Hulman defensively, and that has been the story of the game since then.
If the race to the first 7 points decided a basketball game, I would tell you that Rose-Hulman won this one by 40.
Montgomery, Phillips. Now Phillips, nice pass and a layup, good. A cutting Anthony Ham.
Phillips continues to just surprise me with the way that he moves, despite the fact that he is a big guy down low.
Yeah, Phillips standing at 6'6" and probably a solid 240 pounds. He's built like a tight end.
He is a small 5, but he can still play that 5 while undersized.
Especially at the Division III level, where you're rarely going to play a lot of players that are taller than 6'6". Steal and a drive down and a layup is missed, but free throws coming as a foul called on Berea. We finally got a team in the bonus.
I can't believe that. I just feel like there haven't been enough whistles. I mean,
you can see the vision there by Phillips to be able to sight that cutter and get the pass across.
Let me fix that. There have been the proper amount of whistles. I'm happy with the amount of whistles.
I was going to say,
not enough whistles to warrant what we've got.
Don't bite the hand that feeds you on this, I would say. Jones coming back in. He'll replace Phillips. Phillips might be done for the day. We'll see. He gets a nice high five and a hug from his coach as he comes off the floor.
Normally hugs mean good game for the rest of the game.
Another missed free throw and now a foul on Rose-Hulman. They got a lot of younger players now in this game. Terrell Doxey, the sophomore out of Surprise, Arizona, on the floor for Rose-Hulman. We need to contact our mutual friend, Nicole Christine, and find out where exactly Surprise, Arizona is.
We do.
Another new face in the game, Peyton Dixon, number 33 for Berea. Jones misses that three, and a rebound pulled down by James Stacy, also a new face in the game, sophomore out of Fishers. Layup up and good, and Philip Randolph wanting to get his name in the scoring book a little bit more, and I've appreciated the initiative he's taken.
Yeah, I mean, it's not going to go down as impressive layup, but I feel like that also belongs in the Cliff Notes.
That needs to be like a modifier that we put in the box score. Our producer, Jerry, giving us the geographical location of Surprise, Arizona, apparently just northwest of Phoenix near Sun City. I feel more informed.
I do too. I was wondering where I was going to learn my one thing today.
I think you learned a couple things today, didn't you?
I have. Anytime I'm with you, I learn a couple of new things.
Three-pointer off the mark, and Aston Sylvester hit the deck. Berea continuing to move and just take time off the clock. They've been working it down inside double digits, and now a three from Jarrell Montgomery. And a timeout going to be called by Berea. That'll be turned into a full. We'll take one ourselves. Back after this on RHIT.TV.
Anxious over algebra? Call Ask Rose, the free science and math homework helpline. It's free world-class tutoring. Just call, chat, email, or screen share. Learn more at AskRose.org. Confused by chemistry? Call Ask Rose, the free science and math homework helpline. It's free world-class tutoring. Just call, chat, email, or screen share. Learn more at AskRose.org.
We're back at Holbert Arena. Just a reminder, folks, this broadcast is a copywritten production of RHIT.TV and may not be reproduced or replayed without the express permission from Rose-Hulman or IndianaSRN. 3:45 remaining in this contest. A lot of younger players and players that don't get on the floor getting some run. Rose-Hulman still trying to get their first player into double figures, as we've got B.J. Wesley and Kobe Studemeyer both with 8 points. Neither of them are likely to see the floor, so the hope may rest with Philip Randolph. He has shown the most offensive initiative over the course of the last several minutes for the Fighting Engineers.
I prefer it to just be somebody who hasn't scored yet, and we just see somebody just go nuts for 10 points.
I like that.
I'm thinking it's going to be Doxy. I think Doxy's about to get 5 field goals in succession.
Well, Jarrell Montgomery has been really impressive. He is 7 out of his last 8 from the field and 3 out of his last 4 from 3. He has been, as they say in the business, a problem all game for Rose-Hulman. Aaron Cook into the contest for Rose-Hulman. And now the ball whipped around and shot taken by Doxy. Bounces out of bounds. It'll be Engineers basketball.
It is, with Montgomery having the numbers that he had and just how efficient that they were, it's tough to not look at the rest of it's tough to look at the rest of the team and think about how well everybody else played as well.
Three-pointer up and good. Kobe Commodore, sophomore out of Lexington, Kentucky, buries that one, and that got the Berea bench up and running. There must be a backstory there that we're not familiar with.
Big smile on his face as well.
Jack Murphy into the game. Nice feed. Layup good by Sam Piontek, the sophomore out of St. Louis. Under 3 minutes. Layup line. And another big cheer as another new player into the game. Ty High lays that one up and in.
It is a cool thing whenever you get into a situation like this and your bench supports these guys more as the game goes along, gets them a little bit of momentum as well.
Couple of cracks at the basket there for Jack Murphy and no dice. So Berea coasting to victory, up 82-49. And now the ball lost out of bounds. 2 minutes and 3 seconds remaining.
It's a good air screen from the referee there.
Also something that needs to be found in the box score at some point. Air screens and impressive shots, right?
It's a lot better than the games where we do them and we get the most jump balls in games like we've talked about.
Nice turnaround off the glass shot by James Stacy, his first 2 of the night. And another new face getting ready to come in. It's going to be Alpha Diop. Nathaniel Barrow, a little crossover. And a foul going to be called. I wondered if we'd get the whistle. Referees generally in a 30-plus point game with under 2 minutes to play.
A little bit more mild.
Probably going to swallow the whistle a little bit. You can see the replay here on this nice play by James Stacy. A very decisive move again and a nice deft touch off the glass.
And to your point, he got hit in the head and there was no whistle.
And there's normally got to be blood or dislocated bones at this point.
And you won the whistle.
Diop comes in and Anthony Ham going to sit down. Both free throws fall, 84-51. Doxey. Rebound pulled out of there by Peyton Dixon. And then quickly down the other way, and another layup up and good by Ty High. Turnaround good. James Stacy trying to fulfill your prophecy. See if he can go from 0 points to 10 here in the last minute.
There's not much time, but I've still got faith.
Long three. They really wanted that one to drop for Diop. Didn't happen.
Well, the referee was asking the players to sit down, so they went ahead and went toward the locker room to celebrate.
Jump ball. Both players hit the deck. And it'll be Berea. You can see again that nice turnaround by Stacy. Shot clock off, and I imagine we'll just see Berea dribble this one out. A 33-point victory, not what anybody would have expected as we went into this one. But give Berea credit. All of the offensive deficiencies that they had in the first game essentially disappeared in this 100%. One, and they took advantage of their good shooting. They'll finish 13 for 29 from three and 56.7% from the field overall as the final horn sounds.
No misses at the free throw line, efficient everywhere else. I mean, that's all you can ask for, especially in a game where you're only allowing 53 points. The defense was fantastic, and the offense was just clicking. And I don't know. I mean, it just seemed like from top to bottom, there wasn't a person on the floor that wasn't putting in the effort that it took to win this game.
We'll go look actually some stats first, and then we'll take a break right after that. So looking at the statistics, we already mentioned Berea with a great offensive performance, obviously. They outscore Rose-Hulman in the second half 48-25. Leading scorers, we talked about Jarrell Montgomery a bunch, the senior out of Bardstown, Kentucky, really put on a performance, 22 points, 9 for 11 shooting, 4 for 6 from three, and 3 rebounds. Trey Minter, who normally leads them in scoring, 15 points on 6 for 8 shooting. And then you've got both Phillips and Riley tied with 13 points apiece. For Rose-Hulman, no players in double figures, as we mentioned. It was B.J. Wesley and Kobe Studemeyer with 8 points apiece. Simon Blair with 7. Joey Schmitz, Miles McGowan, and then James Stacy, with 6 points apiece. Not a lot of other bright spots for Rose-Hulman in this one, as they just really struggled with keeping consistency. They had a couple of moments where it looked like the offense might get back into it, but it felt like every time they had those moments, Berea just got the shovel out and dug the hole deeper, and Rose-Hulman really struggled with it.
Yeah, I completely – it was one of those situations where it seemed like every time that there was a basket, Rose-Hulman was not able to get back on defense. Obviously it looks like, oh, well, they were just able to get the response. I really think it was more of an instance of Rose-Hulman had found so much inconsistency on their offensive end. When they were scoring, they just were forgetting to then get back on defense. I mean, there were opportunities where they would knock down a three or they would make a play, and they were not getting back, and there would be a corner three on the other end, or they would be able to get down low on the other end. And it really just seemed like that was an instance of, it was slipping their mind. They were getting irritated on the offensive end, and it was translating over to their defensive play as well.
Rose-Hulman's biggest lead of the contest was 4, and that happened 2 minutes into the game. Berea's largest lead was 35, which happened in the last minute of the game. A really one-sided game. And what was interesting is, Rose-Hulman, as they started off, it looked like they were going to be able to control tempo, control pace. They were getting shots from outside. Berea being able to beat them at their own game while also maintaining that interior presence really was more than Rose-Hulman could handle defensively tonight.
Well, when they knocked down those couple of shots, it was because they were in transition and they were able to get right to the three-point line, knock down that shot quickly. What ended up happening was Berea, they noticed that they were able to do those things quickly. They slowed down the game, and they made sure that they could get into their half-court defense and not allow Rose-Hulman to do what they wanted to do, which was play through the paint and knock down three-point shots. Instead, they were forcing turnovers when they would go to the paint, and then they were forcing bad shots around the perimeter.
We're going to take a break. We'll come back with our wrap-up of this game. Again, a disappointing one for Rose-Hulman. They lose 86-53. Don't go away quite yet. We'll be back in just a minute on RHIT.TV.
Thinking about what to do after high school? Consider a career with Boilermakers Local 374. As a Boilermaker apprentice, you'll earn while you learn. We offer excellent wages and benefits, and as part of our no-cost hands-on apprenticeship program, you'll learn from the best in state-of-the-art training centers and on the job. Become a union Boilermaker and get on your way to a great career. Find out more, visit www.local374.org or call 219-845-1000.
We encourage you to follow us on Twitter at IndianaSRN. Find upcoming games, video highlights, and much more. Follow us now at IndianaSRN.
Back here, trying to fix my headset as I got tangled up in my hair. No, don't broadcast and have long hair.
I'm doing my best.
You
Every
got the
6
memo.
weeks right
Absolutely. But you look at this game and you look at the overall results. Obviously disappointing. Rose-Hulman had done so much to fight their way up towards the top of the HCAC standings throughout the course of this season. This is going to be a setback, but it's certainly not the end of the season by any stretch of the imagination. You're still only 2.5 games out of first. You're only a half game out of second, and you got plenty of opportunities, including coming up here this Wednesday as they'll take on Hanover right here on RHIT.TV. So you have to just shake this loss off, and you got to get your mindset back. Bad days happen at the office. We've all had them.
Yes.
You've had them. I've had them. You got to put it behind you. And chance that this really, if you think about it, looking at the stats, looking at the way the season's gone, this really feels like a statistical outlier for both teams.
100%. Remember, you look at the score, it was not, that's just not indicative of what we've seen all season long. This was a team that was 9-3 in conference play. We had talked about how they had a couple of struggles in the early goings, but as soon as they got into HCAC play, they were playing dominant basketball. They were playing good basketball. They were winning road games, beat this exact same team on the road. So that score got away from them, and that is something that can happen. It did happen, but they have to just throw this film out and move on.
Looking at the schedule moving forward for Rose-Hulman, as we mentioned, that Hanover game coming up on Wednesday. They got to travel to Anderson next Saturday, and then you go down the list. You got 3 more games in conference after that. Mount St. Joseph's on the road, Bluffton at home, and then you finish up with Earlham right here. So plenty of opportunities for this team to pick up some wins heading into the HCAC tournament, and that starts on February 22nd. So not that long down the road. You've only got 3 weeks until tournament action starts in conference play. So if you're going to have a game like this, you'd rather have it now versus, say, on the eve of the tournament or even worse, in the tournament.
Yeah, I think that this is a team that's going to be all right. Yeah. They're going to move on from this game. At the end of the day, the score isn't what really matters. It's the outcome, and it is an L, but at the same time, they split the series with this team. They've moved on. They've beaten better teams in conference play as well. So this isn't something that I think that is going to be a future concern. But today, absolutely, needs to be a conversation in the locker room. Yep. Need to talk about what it was that went wrong in this game and then just completely scrap it.
That's going to wrap it up for us here from Holbert Arena. Again, the final score in this contest, it was Berea winning by the count of 86-53. And Rose-Hulman will pick themselves back up and focus on their game against Hanover coming up this Wednesday, which you can catch right here on RHIT.TV. Landon, a pleasure as always. Enjoyed doing the doubleheader with you. We'll do it again at some point soon. I'd like to thank our entire technical crew and production staff at IndianaSRN for making this broadcast possible. For Landon Kleindorfer, I'm Galen Clavio saying thanks for joining us. We'll catch you folks on the flip side. So long, everybody.